Buff Nation, what up? BWBs, all of my bandwagon buffs, where y'all at? How you doing? I hope all is well. I hope you're having a wonderful week. Welcome to TLP Sports Club. You are now watching TLP Live, free for all Fridays. Guys, welcome to the show. My name is Harry Billion, or Harry B. I am your host. In today's show, to let y'all know, guys, we are on a bye week for those of you who either are living under a rock and don't really know, or you just happen to stumble upon the channel and you just learned about TLP Sports Club, and YouTube is doing their part as a partner with me, with the channel, and letting, and put this on your timeline. So welcome to the show. This is, for the most part, a Colorado-friendly channel. I am a Colorado fan. I'm a fan of Coach Prime. That's why I call myself a bandwagon buff, proudly, right? But the second you hear bandwagon, you're like cringing, right? So I get it. I understand it. But yeah, around here, if you're not familiar with the channel, I cover buffs. I cover the buffs. I am eventually going to migrate into the Big 12, covering the Big 12 football teams. So this channel will have a different look. Hopefully, maybe by the time the preseason is the season is over, I will have more of a grasp on the Big 12 teams. Right now, I'm trying to get as many of the games in to get familiar with the running backs, the wide receivers, the quarterbacks, the coaches, the fan bases, the teams. I'm doing a lot of research behind the scenes because by the end of the season, I want this channel to look more like a Big 12 channel than just a Colorado channel. But for now, it's primarily a Colorado channel. So every now and then I'm trying to introduce new information, have more of a nuanced college football conversation or a Big 12 conversation so that more people can be comfortable when the change comes. It won't be jolting because then you come on this channel, you're thinking you're going to get Colorado Coach Prime, Deion Sanders content, and we're talking about K-State or we're talking about UCF, right? So I want to make sure that the move is ease in and not a jolting move. So every time I do a show now, I'm going to try to let you guys know, but that is coming. This is going to be more of a Big 12 channel with a heavy hand on Colorado because that is the team that actually got me to where I'm at right now as one of the players in the college football space that people either trust, don't trust, hate, love, love being around, love listening to. Pick your poison, whatever it is for you, right? So I've been blessed enough to say I am one of the voices that's in this space. It's not an easy thing to get into because a lot of people, started off with a lot of us, and some did not make it, and some went a little bit higher. Some like me, kind of, stagnated and looking for a new identity or trying to find a space where we can be more effective to the college football space. So today's show, guys, we're going to be talking about some rumors about Cormani McLean wanting to come back to Colorado. We're going to also be talking about the fact that we got two of our linebackers who kind of started off this season, getting a lot of reps, kind of, fall back because of some the growth that the Colorado football team is experiencing. People kind of separating themselves from the rest of the pack and getting more reps. So Trevor Woods and Jeremiah Brown deciding to redshirt. We're going to find out. We're going to talk about the fact that they may be on their way out, or that maybe they want a redshirt to make sure that they solidify their season and they kind of understand where the team is heading to. And they want to either stay or they're going to stay and preserve their year since they're not going to be getting that many reps. We're going to have that conversation as well. Carl Reed, who works for 247 Sports, had a weird conversation. I don't know. I don't want to call it weird. He had a conversation with his guy, Paul Feinbaum, and there is supposed to be some type of truce or there was never any beef. We're going to talk about that as well. Paul Feinbaum's relationship with Coach Prime. Let's talk about that as well because Coach Prime says there's no beef. There's nothing. He actually likes Paul Feinbaum. Let's talk about that as well. And then obviously we're in the bye week. Colorado's not going to be playing on Saturday. So what we're going to do is we're going to talk about Colorado's chances when it comes back. Who's going to show up? Is it going to be Colorado that played Nebraska, or is it going to be the Colorado that played UCF, University of Central Florida? Because that Colorado looked really well. It looked really, really good. And it gave the fan base a lot of hope. And me as a Colorado fan, I'm so excited to be a Colorado fan because the Colorado that played UCF didn't have to blow UCF out, right? They didn't have to dominate UCF the way they dominated UCF. If they had, been a 3-point lead or won by 1 point or whatever, the way that they played satisfied my soul as a football purist, because I am a football purist. I love football. It used to be the NFL, but after Colin Kaepernick, I stopped watching that NFL product. Some of y'all should know why. All right. I was very instrumental, and I was heavily influenced by the Colin Kaepernick situation. I took a lot of, I took it upon myself to get involved in that Colin Kaepernick situation. When the rallies came to New York, I was right there giving out free T-shirts. I made like 300. I spent a lot of money, my own money. I made a lot of product, and I gave it away to people to let them know that I was supporting the cause that he was taking on. But I haven't really gotten back to the NFL that much. I'm slowly kind of gradually getting back this season. I'm watching some football, but Saturday is kind of like, on my days now. I'm like Phil So Real, who's often on the show. Y'all should know Phil. Because his Saturdays feels like, bro, I got 3 TVs, an iPad, an iPhone. I'm doing research over here. I got the games on. So now my studio, I'm kind of like trying to talk to my wife to say, hey, babe, can I get a TV like Phil? I want one game on this side. I want another game on this side. Because, the computer games, you don't really, when you're watching the computer, it's like there's a lag. And when you're doing live game reviews and commentary, it's a little weird, okay? When people are like, yeah, touchdown, and you're like, man, I'm still on commercial. So anyways, I might have to call Verizon to get me another box in my office, so at least I can have that. The other games can be delayed, but I need that Colorado game when I'm doing live commentary to be in real time. I cannot stand being 2 plays behind when other people are celebrating, and I'm over here like, oh, man, that's a bad run. That was 2 plays ago. You feel me? So, yeah, my Saturdays are going to be occupied by that and by college football, because that's my business now. This is the business that I'm growing. I'm doing other things outside of this. That's why my schedule has changed. I'm in class. I'm trying to bring on another source of income so that I can do this the right way. You feel me? I want to treat this the right way. I want to do college football the right way, because now I have really long-term goals, and I want this thing to be, I want it to be a long-term thing, because this community, I love this community. I have fallen in love with this community. All right. It's a love-hate community, but we respect each other here. People come here to make fun of me. People come here who respect me. And I'm like, man, I like this. I kind of like this. I want to make it long-term. But because it's like we have off season and we have stuff going on, you know what I'm saying? And I'm a man. I'm holding down a household. I'm a landlord. I got things going on in my life that needs money. I'm like, you know what? Let me get some money, but also, do it in a respectable way where I can maintain everything that's going on and still do what I got to do. So my schedule's been kind of wonky that way. All right. So, but I want to say thank you guys for respecting that and coming on when I'm on. Like right now, you know what I'm saying? We used to be on at 12 o'clock. Now it's probably going to be 1 o'clock. And the reason why I'm late, this is weird. And I'm hoping and praying that StreamYard, that's the one that I use to stream these shows. I hope StreamYard can get this right, because when I'm ready to go on, I press the camera button. I have a professional camera sitting right here, but the daggone computer wants to use my computer screen, my computer camera. And I'm like, no, I'm not doing that. I didn't buy all of this expensive equipment to be in my studio, to be sitting here dealing with my computer camera, okay? All the lights are not being controlled. I got controlled light in my studio. I don't want to be looking like the light is blown out because the computer does not know how to control the different lights. Okay. All right, guys. That's a lot of homework. That's a lot of handling business. But let's go, guys. So the show's going to be that. Everything that I talked about, we're going to talk about it individually. This is how this show works. For those of you who are new here, all right. Hey, JB said, great channel, man. Thank you. So join TLP Live. It's a live show. It's a call-in show. So you can call in and I'll bring you on the panel. As long as you keep it respectful, you don't have to like any of the teams I talk about. You don't have to like Colorado. After this season, we're going to be talking about the Big 12. All right. So I'm going to be bringing in a whole new audience. I'm going to be doing a whole new thing. So, okay. But this season, primarily Colorado. All right. In the off season, everything's going to change. All right. It's going to be heavily Colorado, but man, you're going to be seeing your favorite teams if you're a Big 12 member, if you live in that Big 12 region of the world. Is there a region? Anyways, join TLP Live at gmail.com is the email that you're going to email me if you want to come on here and you want to chop it up. You want to talk about Paul Feinbaum and his new love-hate relationship with Coach Prime. You want to talk about JB and Trevor Woods. You want to talk about Cormani McLean. You want to talk about any of the topics that I got coming up. Call in. Email me. Don't stay in the comments and throw shots at me and say, Harry B, you don't know anything about football, because I'm used to that by now, okay? If you say I'm a hater, I hate Colorado, okay, whatever. It's only up to you. As long as we keep it respectful, I respect your opinion. You respect my opinion, my lack of football knowledge. Just respect it and we good, okay? I don't know everything about football. At least college football, not yet. I've never played college football. I cannot break it down like my boys over there at Buffing Primes. I don't do that. I don't know that, okay? They do that very well, and I congratulate them. Whenever I see them, I give them a fist bump, be like, yo, you're doing a good job. Keep it up. Let me take the other stuff where we have a talk show. All right, y'all do what y'all do. I do the talk show type of stuff, and we're building a community here in a safe place where people don't know anything about football. You can actually come here and you can ask your questions, or we can all have a conversation. We can talk about the game. You can be wrong. I can be wrong. We can all mess it up, and it's a great community to just blow some steam or just talk football if you like football. All right, so that's what I do here. I'm just building a community where people can have good conversations about football and what's going on. Sometimes we kind of veer off and, we might talk a little bit of politics or whatever is going on in the world, just a little bit. I don't do too much of that because I have another channel that I am streaming on, and it's called The Billionaire's Mindset. I'm just going to type in hello in the comments, and you'll see the channel that I'm also streaming on. Bada boom, bada bang, right there. Billionaire's Mindset. That channel is where I do all my social commentary, my political commentary, Puff Daddy, who's your daddy, whatever, who's your favorite, who you like, who you don't like, political wise, what's going on with right now. There's a couple of people that are very important. Unions are striking. You should be collecting some common goods that in case something goes crazy, and we become like the Walking Dead, you will have something, you know what I'm saying? So all of that stuff I talk about over there on that other channel. All right. KMS said, I'm just here so I don't get fined. Excuse me. And if you don't know that about this community, guys, like people like KMS, The Basement, Prime Effect 101, X-Men, all the way from South Africa. We got people from Australia, from the Philippines. I'm going to claim that this is the best community to be a part of, to have this football conversation. I'm telling you, because we respect each other here. You can talk all the trash you want to talk, as long as you don't go to somebody, you don't go at anybody personally. Don't talk about nobody being stupid, don't talk about their mama. Just talk. If you keep it football, nobody will care about you. Nobody will care that you're trolling Coach Prime. You don't like him, his sons. Nobody will care around here. I don't have no moderator stopping nobody. I don't have none of that, because I want people to realize that you can actually defend yourself, or you can actually be respectful of another human being without somebody putting a muzzle on you if you just follow the basic rules that we got. We barely got any rules at all. All right. The only rules is just be respectful and don't cuss nobody out. There's no cussing on the show. None of that. All right. Because it's a family show. I want my 9-year-old who plays football now. First year, he's barely getting playing time. It's okay. We accept it. All right. I'm not one of those parents on the sideline. Play my son. I barely say anything. All right. I said one thing at a practice, and they got on me, and I never showed up again. I shut up. I have not said a word since because I don't want to be that guy. But as long as you respect everybody here and you don't say any foul language or say anything, you can come on the panel. You can be in the chat. Just respect people. All right. A lot of these people have been here around here for a very long time. All right. And they already know the rules. They respect each other. They can say whatever they want to say. They can hate on Coach Prime. They can hate on everybody. They can hate you. As long as they don't make it personal, nobody cares. All right. That's how we do here. So let's go. That's what I love about this channel, X-Men. Come on, X-Men. We love you too, my God. Let's go. TLP means the Liberian perspective. For those of you who don't know, that's what TLP means, the Liberian perspective. I am listening to you from Vancouver. Look at that. Vancouver, all the way from Canada, right? Is Vancouver, Canada? From the land beyond or something like that? No. I think that's Australia. Anyways. So thank you, Mark. Prime Effect 101 got that green letter on you. That means you're a member. KMS is a member of the channel. All right. JB said, great channel. Shirley Kimball is one of our members. One of our channel constituents. She's here. She's ready to have that conversation. Why don't we start with Paul Feinbaum? I don't know what they're talking about. I don't know what. I have no idea what Paul Feinbaum is. Let me check the email to make sure nobody's ready to come on. All right, Phil, what are you talking about over here? Phil trying to make excuses. Stop making excuses, Phil. All right, so far I ain't got no email, so I'm good. All right, let's go. I can handle this by myself for right now. We're going to start with Paul Feinbaum. Hey, write down the email because I'm going to take this off the screen as I put things on the screen. It's a live television show. All right, we treat it just like TV. So once I start putting stuff on the screen, I got to take other things off. These are called superimpositions. These things are superimposed on your screen because it's live. So if I click this button, that thing go. Did you recognize that logo just left? This is live TV. That's how it goes. So I click that button, boom, it's gone. I want to clear my screen. I need a clean screen. So write down the email before I take it off. All right, join TLPlive@gmail.com. Let me put in my radio voice. All right, ladies and gentlemen, join TLPlive@gmail.com is the email. You want to write it down, guys, because I am going to take it off the screen. So make sure you write it down. You may not call in today, but you might want to call in at another time. So just write down that email right there. It says join TLPlive@gmail.com. You may see something during the week in New York City. In New York, where I live, I don't live in the city anymore, but I live in New York. In New York, where I live, they say if you see something when you're on the subway, if you see something, say something. So you write down that email, guys, join TLPlive@gmail.com. And guess what? You see something out there, you're like, hey, man, I heard Cromani might try to come back to the Buffs. Harry B, what do you think about that? You can email me there. I do answer people over there. And if I don't answer you right away, that means I'm busy because I'm in school. All right, trying to get another thing going on, some income. And if I don't answer you, don't take it personal. Don't cuss me out. Oh, you're a liar. You never. People do that. Like, seriously, people really. People do that. People really think that I'm just sitting around waiting for them to email me or send me some kind of comments for me to respond. I'm like, bruh, if you knew my schedule, be easy, guys. Be easy. I'm trying to create a community here, but I'm only one guy so far. Let's go. So join TLPlive@gmail.com. I got my bandwagon buff shirt on, guys. Let's go. Let's get it. Let's rock and roll. All right, let me press that present button. I'm going to go in there and let's start with Carl Reed and Paul Feinbaum. I don't even know what the heck they're talking about, but, I'm like, what the heck is these guys talking about? Let's go.
Well, Colorado came off of a really good win against UCF. It's funny, Paul. A lot of times people move the goalposts. They pick, I think they were 14 points. a restaurant with my family is they say, man, what is going on with Paul?
I don't know what happened there. I think you guys may have lost the connection.
Paul
If you did.
Feinbaum and Coach Prime? Does Paul not like Prime? Around with my family is they say, man, what is going on with Paul Feinbaum and Coach Prime? Does Paul not like Prime? Does Prime not like Paul? I say, I don't think they have anything against each other. Prime told me today, Paul, he loves your show and he loves the analysts that you give. He loves it. He said to tell you that he appreciates all your coverage on the Colorado Buffaloes and he respects your opinion. We got to get you down to Boulder for a game, Paul. And I'm thinking when you go, I got to sit you either next to Wallow and Gilly, or maybe Rick Ross might be more your speed because every day you be hustling, Paul. I got to get you down there.
Every day he's hustling.
I will talk to you off the air, and we're going to make that happen because.
So okay, do y'all really? I don't know how if y'all believe this or not. If you are a constituent of the show, you know I had a cold and I've been dealing with it since the game. I no longer have the symptoms. But you know that mucus that built up in your nose, it goes down from there and then it settles in your chest. I'm dealing with that right now, okay? It's slowly going away. I can talk again. I do have my energy a little bit, but I got to be careful with the energy, okay? Because when you are my weight, all right, I do have a dad bod now, so the more I talk, the more my weight comes in and I start breathing a little heavy. So bear with me, guys. All right, so here we go. What do y'all think about what they're saying, what Carl Reed is saying, what Paul Feinbaum is saying? Because, okay, I laid out like this. I don't think I've had any issues with Paul Feinbaum about his opinion, okay? King P said black seed oil. They've been talking to me about that black seed oil, but I don't know. We got other alternatives. We haven't done the black seed oil yet. We did the garlic. I've been chewing raw garlic. Coach, what's his name? Coach Matt Lowry had me chewing raw garlic, chewing like what? The peeling of oranges and stuff, man. Anyway, but okay, so let's lay it out like this. Horseradish. Oh Lord, y'all got remedies out here. We're gonna do a remedy show. So this is the situation I had with Paul Feinbaum. I don't think I had an issue with Paul Feinbaum as far as his football opinion is concerned. Just like I don't have an opinion. I don't really care when people are in the comments and they're going in on football stuff, and people like TH or El Hombre Negro. That's really his name. I'm not playing. Okay. When people come in the comments and they're giving football opinions, I don't really that's what it is. And, you're going to get people unsubscribing from the channel because they feel like, I don't know if I duped them. I've been saying that for over a year. Like, hey, this is a centrist show now. This is no more the pom-pom show where we're not going to be swinging the Deion pom-pom no more. We're going to turn this into a real football show. Apparently, some people didn't get the message, all right? And they'll come back, and the second they hear something good about Prime, then I'm good again. They're subscribing, sending me messages. Oh, Harry B, that's what I like about your show. This is what I like. And then I caution them and say, hey, stop, because if they do something bullheaded, I'm going to say it. So I don't want you to keep subscribing and unsubscribing. So if you're not going to subscribe, that's fine. Stay over there. Just watch, but don't send me no good message, no bad message. I don't want that. If you're not emotionally stable with college football, I don't want the good message, the bad message. You just got to understand who I am. And once you do that, then you can rock with me like everybody else who rocks with me. There's a lot of respectable men and women that rocks with this show, okay? But here it goes. I never really had a bad, how do you send bad messages? Prime fact, you better, Chantel, you better stop playing with me, okay? You better stop playing with me, okay? I get enough of those. I don't need that from you, okay? Stop playing with me. I know you got a boyfriend. I will find his name and I would tell on you that you in these chat rooms, okay? You're not sliding in DMs, but you're sliding in chat rooms, okay? Okay. Oh man. You got my constituents like, yo, Shantae is fine. She got a man. You got me doing matchmaking with somebody who's already taken. Stop playing with me, Shantae. Okay. And that's Prime Effect 101. She changes the name every now and then. One day it's Prime Effect. The next day, if Dion is doing good, it's Prime Effect. When we're winning, it's Prime Effect, okay? When we start taking that out, it's Shantae. I think I'm joking. I don't know if I'm joking or not. You let me know, Shantae. Is that what you do? We're 4-1. It's Prime Effect, okay? All right. But I don't think I had an issue with Paul Feinbaum. I feel like my issue has been the personal attacks. You know, everybody has an opinion. I don't care about your opinion when it comes to football. If it's football, I'm good. All right. Oh, okay. So it's based on work hours. Make that make sense for me. Where they do that at? You work hours? What? This is YouTube. So what do you mean work hours? You can be anybody you want to be on YouTube. Anyways. All right, so listen. So my issue with Paul Feinbaum and there's some other guys, all right? Even Dan Lebertar, whatever his name is. Most of those guys, they go far out. They go too far with it, you know? If you're critiquing football, nobody really takes issues. Well, no. Let me not say nobody. I don't take issues with that. All right. When you start talking about the personal stuff, like he's not a coach and he's more of a personality, right? The stuff that Paul Feinbaum is trying to, he tries to get under the skin of the fan base, like saying he's not a coach, and the guy has been coaching from Pee Wee all the way up to college. And he didn't just jump from Pee Wee to college because of his name. The dude literally took every single step that you can possibly take and did it the right way. Waited his time, all right? His name is Tom, Prime Time, right? Waited his time, took his time, never took no easy routes, did it the right way. Because you know what happens with these guys, right? The celebrity for athletes, they may make a phone call their alma mater or call somebody next to their alma mater and be like, yo, I want to get into coaching. Next thing you know, they're into coaching, whether they're fill or flop or whatever. Coach Prime literally did not do that. So for you to disrespect him and say he's not a coach and he's just a personality, he's a celebrity who's trying to coach and blah, that stuff is not football stuff, right? When things are not going well and the media is throwing a lot of stuff at Prime and he's trying to navigate stuff, and then he goes out there and lets some of his feelings known about some certain players, and then his sons get in there and they're like, yo, you're mid. All of that stuff is like, that's off the field stuff. And then when he's not winning, it makes it even worse. Now everybody can tee off on him. Here we defend that. You feel me? So that was my issue with Paul Feinbaum. I've never had an issue where Paul Feinbaum talked about how bad the team was, and I said, Paul Feinbaum is a hater. I don't do that. There are actually people in this space, or people who are fans of Colorado who don't understand, and they're ruining it for a lot of us football purists. You guys are writing stuff, and you're going after Brian Howell, and you're going after Adam. I couldn't pronounce his name before he pronounced it for us. Adam Mustard Tiger. You're writing them letters and saying when they do their assessment and says Colorado may lose to K-State or lose to this team, those guys are supporters of the Colorado team. They're so excited for Colorado football, but there are people going after them. It's starting to be embarrassing because there are people who don't understand football talk. Even though I do a good job here with breaking it down every time. Like last show I did was a straight up no panel show where I just told y'all the different types of fans and I just have a conversation with y'all. But some people don't understand when it comes to football. They don't know how to divide They don't know how to separate the football stuff and the personal attacks. When somebody says he's not a coach, that's personal. When somebody says he's a bad coach, that's football. I'm going to repeat that for a lot of y'all. If somebody says that Coach Prime is not a coach, he's only a celebrity, that's personal. That is not football at all. That is just too personal. Because he did it the right way. He's been a coach all the way from Pee-wee to middle school, high school, junior college level. I'm sorry, Jackson State fans. Not junior college. I'm sorry. That was disrespectful. I just got disrespectful. That's disrespectful and that's personal. You see? That's not football. That's personal. Please forgive me, guys. It's my personality. It's not me. It's my personality. I think that's still me. But anyways, so listen. He went to the FCS, the Football Championship Subdivision. That is the lower level of the FBS, which is the Football Bowl Subdivision. That is the Power Four. All right? You got the ACC, you got the Big Ten, the SEC, and then you got the Big 12. That's Power Four. All right? Now, if the Pac-12 comes back, it'll be Power 5 again. All right? And then you got your Group of 5 and other stuff. All right? Let me make sure that nobody's trying to come on here. Because like I told y'all, I'm going to hold it down until somebody decides, oh, okay, Harry B., let me join you. But I know that my time is different. All right? I know my time is different. I see you, fan. I see you. I'm going to send you the link right now. I don't expect my regulars to be here because when my time changes, people's schedules changes. So yeah, let me see what y'all are saying because business account doing corporate hours, personal account after hours. Oh, okay. I don't know why. What you hiding? Okay. Raymond Tucker Jr. Why is Shiloh's bank receipt never mentioned? What does that have to do with football? That's his personal life. So I'm not necessarily. I'm on the clock. Okay, but you're on YouTube. What am I not understanding? I know you're trying your best to explain it, but what do you got? You got us on the screen or something? I don't know. Should I look a little better for your financial people? Are you like on Wall Street, like in Houston? Anyways, I'm just messing with you. But yeah, anyway, I don't deal with I don't get into their personal lives. When Coach Prime, broke up with his girl, I didn't make no video about that. I'm here for football, okay? All right. Stop saying government name. What? Oh, stop saying the government name. Oh, my bad. Okay. Oh, okay. I'm a little slow. I'm sorry. Okay. Oh, I get it now. Okay, I'm with you. Okay, my bad. My bad. Prime. My bad, Prime. Hey, see you, fan. How you doing today, man? What's happening? We might have to unmute.
Like, Harry?
Good. Harry. Can you hear me, Harry?
All is well. How you doing, man?
Good.
Hey,
my wife says to take some turmeric, get some lemon and some ginger, and that'll help you with your cold.
Oh, no, we got that. I know exactly what you're talking about. My wife does that. I call it the miracle drink, the miracle whip. She puts cayenne pepper and all of that. So that's the thing that got it, that killed it like fast. So I lost the symptoms. Now, you got to deal with the lingering, the mucus lingering. They got to get out of your system. So that's where I'm at right now. So that's why I got some energy right now. But thank you. Tell your wife I said thank you. I appreciate it. So see you, fan. So Paul Feinbaum, Paul Feinbaum has this way of getting personal and like trying to like, disparage Coach Prime and take low blows. What have been your thoughts on it? Like, how do you view Paul Feinbaum and what he's been doing? Because it seemed like he's ready for the cookout. It seemed like he wants to come around now. I don't know if I want him to come around, because once he gets into the fold, then he might lose some of the edge. What are your thoughts on this?
So last year he was doing the same thing. He was talking real bad about Colorado and Prime, and he started to do the same thing where it's like, all right, I'm going to back away. I like him, I'm going to jump on board. But then when everything dived last year, we went 4-8. He just started really trashing him. This year, and how he started, how he doesn't believe that Prime can do anything. I think the personal attacks, I think that's going overboard. But I do agree with a lot of the perspective of what he says when he talks about, like, there are certain, like, when you talk about like what he's doing as like in the coaching perspective, he's not coaching good because of this reason. That I'm okay with, because I'm critical with Prime. I believe there's certain coaching aspects that Prime can get better. I don't think the whole narrative that he's not a coach is, I don't think that's right. I think he just needs to get better at it. With Paul, him backtracking all of a sudden, he's doing the same thing as last year. And the perspective is, he's just, like, I've heard many people say, he's just trying to get into the limelight because he's trying to be relevant, because he's a dying breed.
So the basement says, can't say personal attacks without specifically explaining what Paul said was personal. I thought I did. I think when you go as far as saying the guy is not a coach, when you say stuff like he is a personality, he's a celebrity. He's a celebrity who is coaching, not a coach who happens to be a celebrity. When you say stuff like that, that's where it's personal, because, again, Coach Prime has done it the right way. Coach Prime has gone as far as coaching at all levels. All right. He's coached at every single level, so he earned the right to be a coach. And then when people say, hey, take away his name, Coach Prime, don't call him, why he calling himself Coach Prime, like a DJ calls himself DJ X, Y, and Z. That's what I'm talking about. That stuff goes too far, because whether he started off at the junior college level or at the FCS level, or he coached in high school, that's none of your business. If I said I'm a filmmaker, it's not, if I've made one short film, I'm a filmmaker, because you don't know what it takes to do that thing. You never done it before. As Paul Feinbaum never became a coach. You're an analyst. All right. So people have the right to call you an analyst because you've been analyzing. But if I'm a filmmaker, if I make one short film, I go through the motions of casting, finding the money for that short film, making food for my cast to eat, acquiring the camera, the equipment, hiring a DP, because I'm just a director. I don't handle camera, at least not anymore. I don't want to. I don't like handling camera if I don't have to. I know how to do it. That's how I started. So if I go through the motion of casting a film and making sure I write the film and I do everything, if I go through that, even though it was an 8-minute film or a 10-minute film, if I put that film in a film festival, or I show it on YouTube, or I do anything and I put it out there from script to screen, that makes me a filmmaker. And I can, from that day forward, I can call myself a filmmaker for the rest of my life, because that's what I am, a filmmaker. So if Coach Prime has been coaching from the time that he left the professionals, and he's coached junior college, I keep saying junior college. He's coached the Pee Wee leagues all the way to the FCS. And then before he got to the FBS, he earned the right to be called a coach, to be respected as a coach. And then whatever he asks you to call him, it is incumbent upon you and to the respect that you have for other human beings to say, hey, my name is Harry B. Or CU fan says, hey, my name is CU fan, or father, call me father because my kids call me father. Whatever that somebody says, call me, have the respect to call them that. It gets personal when you refuse because of your own either shortcomings or your morals or whatever your character flaws are, to say, I'm not calling you that because I don't believe you are that. Then that's not on him. And you can respond to that, CU fan, if you can. You can give me your opinion on that. Once somebody becomes or does the thing that they say they are they do you agree that they earn the respect to be called that thing?
So I don't think well, let me phrase this. I'm sorry. If you're called one thing, like, Prime has his name, Prime, right? And Dion. People, I am assuming that when he goes into a meeting, they call him Deion Sanders. They don't call him Prime when it's a respectful place. But when people go into certain areas, they call him Prime because they know him as Prime. So do certain people deserve certain names to be mentioned and called? I know when friends call me by my nickname. People that I don't know call me by my first name, and that's more of a respectable area.
Well, that's
so
you're answering the second half of that. Answer the first half of that. The second half is what he desires to be called. The first half is once you do it, should you be given the respect to do it, to say that you are that?
Yes, if you are that, you are that. I believe that you should be called that nature of who you are. As me, my kids call me father, that's where I should be called. They don't call me by my first name. I think we lost you here, Harry.
No, I'm here.
Yes. I mean, I just look at it like that. I mean, I don't have my kids calling me, my first name because it sounds awkwardly weird, No.
This is what I'm saying. Let me clarify. Remember that I explained as a DJ. Once you scratch a record, you get a party jumping. After you get your first party under your belt, you are DJ such and such. Once I make my first film and I take it from concept to screen, and I screen it, I am a filmmaker. Coach Prime has been coaching since he left the pros. He's been coaching from the little league all the way up to FCS and now eventually FBS. Paul Feinbaum at one point said that Coach Prime is just a celebrity who's coaching. He's a personality. He is not to him, Coach Prime is not a coach. He's just a celebrity who's coaching, right? So he doesn't respect him as a coach. And then he followed up by saying, I don't know if it was Paul Feinbaum who said that part of it. Somebody said it, but I think it was Paul Feinbaum that also said that why are we calling him Coach Prime, right? So that's the second half of it. But I guess what I'm trying to say is, look, forget about the name. The guy's a freaking coach. Like, let's call him coach. He's a coach. Let's respect the fact that he is a coach. Emphatically, he's a coach. Whether he's a good one or not, whether I'm a good filmmaker or a good DJ or not, which I'm both. I'm both a DJ and a filmmaker. But anyway, whether I'm good or not, I have earned the respect to be called that I'm a filmmaker or I'm a DJ because I have done those things. And that's what I'm saying. That's the argument I'm making about this Paul Feinbaum situation.
Well, yeah, I agree with what you're saying because of the fact that, I mean, if you followed him, I followed him from Jackson State. I mean, I didn't follow him during his high school or pre.
So you never saw the Trinity stuff? Oh man, that stuff was
good. Yeah. So I started following him when he made big noise in Jackson State. That's when I said, I didn't even know he was coaching his
Oh,
kids,
okay.
but when Jackson State happened, I started following him and making all the noise. And to me, that's where I found out that he was, he was coaching his kids and making noise there, and the history that he had with his kids because of how he said that he didn't like all other coaches coaching him because they weren't coaching him right. And to me, I think he's a coach. Does
Yeah.
he make mistakes? Yeah, that's why I believe I can be critical on him, because he makes mistakes, and I believe he can correct those mistakes. But someone has to tell him. I mean, you tell him all the time when you when you when you I don't know if you text him or if you put him on his Instagram or what, but it's like someone has to tell him. I mean, there's an interview with I think it was Bucky. That basically said we had to go talk to him because you know they needed to really like make sure that he understand the situation.
Mm-hmm.
um and yeah, I mean, fu- I think he's all combined. He's a good seller. He sells his brand, which
Mm-hmm.
is what he can do, but he's also a coach in that. He is a evolving coach
Right.
because um, I don't know any coach that can come in and just say that I'm going to do this and I'm going to win my first year. I mean, Saban didn't even win his first year in Alabama. He had to, go to his second year to win. But this is his second year. I mean, we're seeing winning numbers. Did he have to fix some stuff at the very beginning? Absolutely. There was a lot of stuff that we were very critical on because we knew that he could do better, and he
Mm-hmm.
has done better. This last game has shown that that he has done better. He's an evolving coach, and I believe that he's going to. Everybody keeps saying he's going to leave. I don't think he's going to leave anymore. I thought he at one point he was going to leave, but I don't think he's going to leave anymore. I think he's going to stick it, and he's bringing the right people in. He's bringing the right kids in, and he's going to have. I'm not sure of a dynasty, but he's going to have a good football team for many years because people are seeing what's going on, and to me, that's his marketing part. But then his coaching stuff, you saw last week. He's evolving, he's learning, he's progressing, and that's what people need to understand. And that's what I think Paul Feinbein is seeing. And he's like, man, I screwed up. I shouldn't have said all this stuff. What's that?
Exactly. And that's where I want. That's why I say I don't mind if Paul, because when I was making the different videos for Paul Farnbaum, people were thinking that I was like, oh, like even with either the basement or KM, somebody just said something that Paul. Oh yeah, Clyde just said Paul dogged Saban, but Alabama fans didn't get upset at Paul. It's not the same kind of dog out that they have. I understand. Dog him out. If he sucks as a coach, bro, like say that, bro. Say he's a terrible coach. You're gonna get your. I'm talking about me versus the super fans, right? There's the difference. For me, I would not get upset with Paul Farnbaum or anybody coming on this channel and saying Coach Prime sucks or he's no good. Now, if I bring somebody on the channel like CU fan would say, hey, Coach Prime, yeah, he's terrible. He's not a good coach. People will unsubscribe, but I respect these opinions because these are not people who hate Coach Prime. These are people who like Coach Prime and they want him to change and make some changes. So the conversation is healthy to me because I know how the world works. I know how the world of college football works. When people are critiquing football, the super fans get upset with me for letting people come on the channel and voice anything that sounds controversial, negative, or being critical. But I keep telling them, I keep reminding folks, this is not that channel. I'm not a pom-pom channel anymore. Year number 1, maybe. But year number 2, I said no more pom-poms. Okay, good. For a second there, my internet went. But, hopefully, but I was like, yo, there's a lot of mistakes being made with football, and I'm seeing too much of the show. We started talking. We started putting that out there. Now, you know what happened this year? Because of some of us saying stuff, there's not that much show going on. All right? You don't see a bunch of celebrities everywhere. You don't see everybody getting interviewed before the show. You don't see that. It's more football this year and less talking. And people are respecting that. So now when you start adding the success, then you get some people to come back in the fold, the respectable football people, the people who really care about football. You start seeing them come back around, and they'll start respecting you. I've been crying and praying for this. Like, man,
hey, Harry,
go ahead.
Who's that lady that was talking next to Paul Fonbein that was also critical of Colorado and Prime? I forget who that lady was.
Oh no, I know. I think I know who you're talking about. It was like a video clip, right? DC, what up with you? You're talking about it was one of those times where they were being critical or something. I don't remember her name though. What, you wanted to make a point about her?
Well, yeah, because she's not jumping off the bandwagon. She's still hitting hard on Prime in Colorado. She's still, saying things that say Colorado and Prime are still not good. I mean, her biggest thing was that the offensive line was no good, which they're improving. I'm not saying they're immensely bad. They're improving.
So yeah, but you see what I'm saying? But that's fine with me. That's fine with me and TLP Sports Club. I'm good with that. Now there are channels that are the supporting channel, and they have taken a position to just support. They don't care about being as critical as I get, and I bring people on who are allowed to be as critical as they want to be. So I respect those channels just as well. I don't care. Like, if you choose to be a certain way, you got the right to do it your way, because you're the one that got to live with the decisions and the conversation that you have. If you're having conversations and you're on screen, and then you're going back and you're like, yo, man, this team is terrible, or I don't like certain things that Prime is doing, but you can't say that, and then you come on and then you shake the pom-poms and then you go off. Yo, that's got to be some kind of life. And I don't want to live that life. I'm good with that. I don't want to be that guy to be like, oh, obviously there are some more critical things personal critical things that I have off screen, but those things are personal. I don't discuss personal stuff on live. All right. If there's a really personal, thing that I want to discuss, I go offline and I talk to certain people about it. And some people call me like, yo, what's up with your channel and what's going on? I'll be like, yeah, I'm doing X, Y, and Z. So yeah, but when it comes to football, man, I stick with the football stuff. Say everything you want to say. Let this lady say anything she wants to say about how bad this team is, because I'll tell you this. Let's go into this segment. Let's take Paul Fonbaum off the screen. Let's talk about this. Who do we think is going to show up? I was going to do this segment was supposed to be a little later, but since we're here already, let's just discuss it. Who do we think is going to show up after the bye week? Which Colorado team is going to show up? Is it going to be the Nebraska team that shows up, or is it going to be the UCF team that shows up? For that, let me play this. Should I play it right now? Let's start the conversation, and then I'll play the other tape, because I want us to treat this conversation correctly. So let me get your thoughts first, CU fan, and then I want to know, like, what team do you think is going to show up, and based on the data that we have so far, without going off the deep end, because we're winning, to say everything is great now. What team do you think is going to show up?
Okay, so I think, we got 2 weeks to get ready for Kansas State. I think that we're going to show up with, of course, our defense is going to show up, always showed up. Every game they've shown up. So our offense, I think with these 2 weeks that we got, we're going to show up with a different offensive look that will kind of, if you notice last, what was it? The interview with the last coach, I don't know his name. He said that they had been studying the looks that they had been seeing all the time, which is, I believe, 10 personnel, no backs, one back, bunch of receivers. And to me, that's what kind of pulled him a situation where it was kind of like we were more focused on that than probably the new stuff that was coming out for with the offense. And to me, they weren't ready for that offense. So I think the same thing is going to happen with Kansas State, and our offense is going to come out more aggressive, more running, different scheme. I mean, if we don't, and we come back to Nebraska with the same scheme that we came in with our first game, then we're going to get beat. But I think we're going to come out with a better scheme and just overall better offense. Our defense, well, we've always known that we play man defense all the time. So I don't think much is going to change from there. And if we do see more zone, that'll be something to see, and I'd like that. But I think
Heather, I'm sorry to cut you off, but Heather Dinch is with the lady that you were talking about earlier. She was the one that's what Prime Effect 101 is saying.
Okay, yeah.
So you are alluding to this thing that that Joe Klatt was saying. So let's go ahead and let's get that in there, because I think this is going to further explain the conversation, or it's going to further the conversation about who's going to show up. Who do we think is going to show up? Because Colorado made some changes that I think Joe Klatt, and you just alluded to some of it. Joe Klatt has this innate ability, because he's a former quarterback of Colorado, but he has this way of understanding and explaining the things that we need to know about the changes. So let's play Joe Klatt, and then what I want you to listen to are the changes that Colorado made to look as good as they have looked, right? And we can have some hope and understand that it's possible that they understand what Joe Klatt is saying and they made those changes. So that means that the changes that they made, it's possible that they may keep those changes and that team might show up again. And if that team shows up again, it's going to be very competitive with K-State, because not too many of us football purists think that Colorado is going to beat K-State, but we know their chances are greater if that team, UCF team shows up. But let's listen to Joe Klatt, and then you'll see what I'm talking about. Okay, here he goes. Let me make sure the audio is good, and then let's fire it up.
Number 3. Good surprise, number 3 of the college football season. Happened last week, and it was that all of a sudden we got a version of this Colorado Buffaloes team that we have never seen before. So the complete Colorado showed up, and now all of a sudden
Tim?
that is an incredible surprise in college football.
Hey, Tim, feel free to join the show if you got time, man. The email, I mean, you guys know the email. For those of you who know the email, who want to call in, please feel free to email, and if you want to come in. Right now, we're talking about which Colorado is going to show up after the bye.
And it's changing the dynamic of the Big 12. The defense has been a lot better. I thought that the defense played their best and most complete game against UCF. Their front can't put them in conflict. It's very difficult to get anything from a misdirection going on.
Okay, so what Joe Klatt is explaining right here, this is the stuff that just makes me giddy. It makes me go like, man, like, I just start getting excited about how Colorado is changing, going from a 10 personnel to 11 personnel, creating conflict, right? Creating conflict. And when I think I've used his explanation on another show where he talked about Colorado not creating any type of conflict and the offensive line and the offense being vanilla, and that was stressing out the offensive line. Let's keep listening, but I wanted to point this out. So this is a point where I want you to pay attention. Pay attention to this right here.
Particular in the backfield, so it's hard to control linebackers. It's hard to do anything other than zone run game because you don't have an ability to control the edge of the defense, okay? And so they're sitting in 10 personnel, and Nebraska just beats them up. I mean, beats them up. And candidly, some other teams did too, but they won the football game. With 10 personnel, you don't have a tight end, which means the edges of the offensive line are tighter to the quarterback. So Shedeur had no time whatsoever. Those tackles were on an island. They were getting beat quickly. Then you go to UCF film, and you're like, hold on. This looks markedly different. And let me tell you what they did. I turned on that film against UCF, and all of a sudden, they're in 11 personnel. And they were in 11 personnel a lot. They went from like 80% 10 personnel, one back, four wide receivers, no tight ends, to about 80% 11 personnel, one back, one tight end, three wide receivers. Now, you would say that the strength of their team is their wide receiver core, and I would agree with that. But just putting an H-back or a tight end on the field did wonders for the complexity and diversity of their offense. It did wonders.
And complexity and diversity is something that we've been crying about. Even CU fan who's currently on the panel right now, we've said that several times, and we've just been crying and just hoping that they would just have some type of scheme. And I mean, we've talked, even Ron Tate that was on the show a couple of times last week, I believe, just saying scheme. Like, we need to switch it up so that we can keep our offensive line honest. We need to maximize their strength like Livingston is maximizing the strength of the defensive line and the defense. And this is what this guy is talking, what Joe Klatt is talking about right now, is giving us an opportunity, even though we are not the best. We are not, I don't know that for the rest of the season that we're going to be the best offensive line on the field. But this 11 personnel and these scheme changes are going to put us in position to at least be able to compete. And I like this. Keep listening, guys.
So you turn on the film against UCF, and now all of a sudden the run game has some cross action. You can hold the edge by just spinning that H-back back, and he can just cut down the defensive end on one side, and you can run zone. You can also run counter and gap schemes because now you have a tight end to pull along with the guard. You're not trying to pull a guard and a tackle away from a side. You can't do that if you don't have width to the formation, width meaning at least a tight end, whether he's in line or just behind the tackle. A lot of technical talk to basically say, like, the diversity of run game and the ability to put the linebackers in conflict made Colorado's offense completely different and much more difficult to defend. We obviously saw what it did for the run game, and they were able to run some of those gap schemes and in particular get downhill, and they were able to run the ball as effectively as they have under Deion Sanders. So that was huge for them. That was huge. But it did something else as well. Because the tight end always was in a check protection mode, which means he's not just out on his route right away. They were still using a six-man protection, but rather than the back come up and check the linebackers or be a check protection player, now the tight end was a check protection player, which means at least on that side, you have width to the offensive line. And that quick edge in terms of pressure on Shedeur was not happening. So Shedeur was able to just float towards that H-back, even if it's just a half a step, and even if it's just a half a beat or a beat in the pocket that they were gaining in time for him to throw, that was monumental, throwing the football down the field. And now those skill position players on the outside, they were winning. So everything changed just with a personnel change with Colorado. I firmly believe that they're going to lean heavily into this because even during the game against UCF, I will tell you, when they got out of 11 and went back to 10, didn't look as good. It did not look as good because there's no conflict on those players. You can't hold edges. You can't create width in pass protection. You can't create conflict on linebackers, all these different things. You can't run diversity of run game. It's usually just zone out of 10. Out of 11, you can run gap schemes and zone, all these different things. And it made them such a complete team. If they stick to that, they will be very difficult to beat in the Big 12. So number 3.
All right. So there you have it right there, guys. The things that for the most part, talk about, I try to explain my way out of it, but not being able to put football terminology like Joe Clark can put it on there. But these are the things that we talk about. And we say, hey, Colorado needs to make some changes to be able to help the offensive line to keep them honest and to beat the aggressors. And that's what was just beautifully or like poetically explained here. I understand what he's saying. I just don't have that in my vocabulary yet, and I'm working on it, guys. But CU fan, you understand what's transpiring. If the changes that Joe Klatt just talked about, having an 11 personnel, creating conflict for those guys coming in, having an extra guy on there to make sure that the edges are not getting the Shador so easily. If this team or these changes stay, right? And I will even throw another caveat in there. They went to a three wide receivers as opposed to 4 or 5, right? What if they're like, we like what's going on. What if we were to sneak another tight end in here and go to a 2 wide receiver man and just swap the wide receivers in and out to give them the reps that they need, just to let them know, hey, we're enjoying the protection that Shador has, and he's our best guy. If that team shows up, I believe Colorado can compete for the Big 12 title. I don't want to go as far. I'm just using the data that was just given to us to explain why I think that if that was to transpire, that we could be looking at a Big 12 championship at least for us to compete in that game. Your thoughts, please.
Yeah, so I agree with what's being said, because the fact that we've made the adjustments and making those adjustments. I mean, look what happened last week. They were caught off guard. DC saying that other teams will adjust. I also believe we will adjust to do that. Unless Prime says otherwise. But the thing about football is fooling the defense when you're on the offensive scheme, I should say. Mm-hmm. Fooling the defense. If you can come out with different personnel, like the first half, you got a certain personnel, certain scheme, play it. Second half, different scheme. Keeping the defenses on there. We are going to win many games because of the fact that we are putting the defenses on their toes, and we will win games. We have the players to do it. Yeah. I mean, we have the players. We just need to put them in the right position. And when fixing those schemes or putting in good schemes, that right there is going to win games. And our defense is playing lights out. So, I mean, we have a chance at winning, the championship for this division.
And let me highlight what Prime Effect 101 is saying. Pat admitted that he had to get away from doing what worked in yesteryear and adjust to coaching the team he currently has. And I don't know if you guys remember, but when Livingston came on, once I heard him talking, I told y'all, the second that I heard Livingston talk and what he said, Livingston said, I'm not bringing the playbook. I want to learn who I got, and I want to adjust to their skill set. I thought that was so instrumental, and I made a highlight of that. And I said, I like this guy for this reason. Because what this tells me is that we're not going to just give him a bunch of complex plays to say, hey, man, go do this. And if you don't do it, you're stupid, right? It's like, trying to tell a fish to go jogging. And if you can't jog, then you must be stupid. It's like that. We had the talent last year, right? We got a bunch of guys that came in with the Alabama. let me not say a bunch of guys. We had the DC come in with his Alabama playbook and says, hey, these guys from Alabama did this, so you should be able to do it, and we should be able to be successful. Did not work. All right. Sean Lewis came in and said, all right, this is my playbook. I think it is great. We should do this. Did not work. because those guys did not know how to block for that playbook. But now it's like, okay, when Pat Shurmur says, I admit, y'all remember Joe Klatt, the same Joe Klatt says, Pat Shurmur is an ex-NFL coach. He understands the NFL. He may not understand college football today. So you may have to get to a place where you understand college football, how college football is being played today. If you're an old head, y'all got 127 years of NFL experience, but some of y'all may be antiquated. Some of y'all may be too stuck in your idea of what worked in the NFL, right? But that stuff is not working in college football and how college football is being coached and played today. So I'm excited for, thank God for what Prime Effect 101 said here. I'm excited if he did say that, if there's a new mindset, if there's a change of thinking in that locker room, then the team that shows up after this bye week might be a dangerous team, guys. It's going to give me the confidence that I need to understand that, okay, you know what? The changes that are necessary are happening. So we can be excited about our team knowing that when they come out, they might just sneak in a second tight end. Because if one tight end did the job, imagine what two tight ends can do if we get into trouble with teams like Utah, some of the more physical, physically dominant teams that we might play. What if we say, okay, we know that our wide receivers are our crown jewels, but we're just gonna use two at this time. Our run game is working, and we also know that our running backs can catch the ball as well. So go with two actual wide receivers, go with the running backs, and then go with two tight ends. They can also catch the ball. But now we get extra protection. So CU fan, what do you think about the idea of sneaking in another tight end? Let me just hear what you think, because I'm starting to get greedy. When I heard this, I got greedy. When I heard Joe Klatt talking, I got greedy. I was like, oh, so wait a minute. The one tight end created conflict. What happens if we get two tight ends? You feel
I
me?
think that's a great idea.
Right.
The fact that you can put in a double tight end. Look at Tom Brady. Tom Brady had two tight ends out there, and he was still passing the ball, and he was getting movement. They were getting movement up front of the line, moving the ball so they can run. I think a double tight end. If they come out with a double tight end in K-State, that gives a huge conflict. Where it's like, oh, we haven't seen this.
Right.
What do we do? I like a first game. If you saw our first game, there was a lot of conflict on our defense. They were bumping into each other, trying to figure out, okay, I got this guy, and it was like, that's the type of conflict that you want against K-State.
Right. That's we need it. Yeah. And that I don't know. I saw it and I felt it, and then I heard it when I heard Joe Klatt. I'm like, Joe Klatt, thank you so much for explaining this stuff to me, because I have no idea what that football stuff means. But then when he explains, as soon as he's explaining, I'm like, oh, I get it, I understand it. And I'm like, and then I start thinking about my own ideas. So yeah, I started thinking right away. I was like, wait a minute. He said 11 personnel. I said, wait a minute. Sneaking another guy, tight end. All right, let's draw back. We understand that our wide receivers want to eat, but we all get to eat. You know what we get to eat? Championship trophies.
See, and that's what it's about. It's about winning the games. And if we could win a game with those type of schemes, you bring in a double tight end.
Yes,
you create so much. You can create counters. You can create traps. You can create so much, and you can create stretches that they ain't seen before. You can pull the left tackle, left guard at the same time. All these type of things happening so fast that they're trying to figure it out, and then you come out with the 10 personnel. They're like, oh wait, they're coming back. What do we do here? We just saw this. It's so much conflict on the defense that's happening that they put them in a situation where we start pounding the ball more, and we started getting receivers more open, and it just becomes so much better. That's what I've been saying since the very beginning. Our schemes need to get better instead of being vanilla.
And then that run game starts to open up too, and then you're like, "Yo, I'm sitting back and I'm like, yes, let's do it." But it's like again, somebody said it was Prime being hard-headed, trying to air it out, right? So if we get a Prime that is more so now bought into the run game, understanding he got young runners that are hungry. And he knows if they're gonna be cooking, he's gonna let them eat, right? So it's like, yo, Prime, you got everything here now. There's no need to try to keep the ball in Shador's hands. None of that. Prime, let it go. And it seems like Prime is letting it go. And yo, it makes you feel like, oh my goodness, I don't know that Colorado's gonna take a 6-game skid like we did last year because of the hope of the personnel change. And it's just a hope right now. Hopefully they don't go into the bye week and then go practice the 10 personnel and try to force it down the throat of these much tougher teams. Hopefully they understand that. Hopefully they're listening to freaking me again. Please listen to Joe Clare and listen to me. Don't stop listening now, Prime. You're doing good, Prime. Do not revert back to, okay? If we're settled with Shador not being the Heisman, then that's good. If we're settled with Shador not being the Heisman, we're just saying, okay, you know what? We're happy with Travis being the Heisman. Let's just try to win enough games to try to put him in position to win it. Then I believe if that's what the feeling is in the locker room, then I'm good. Like I'm totally good with this. All right, I'm totally fine with. Let's just forget about both winning or both being in New York. All right, hey, New York is a great place, but let's send one. Okay, let the other guy just come as a visitor. Oh man, but yeah, man. I mean, I'm some kind of excited because let's talk a little bit about how we feel about the. Is there fear out there that we're gonna take a skid? Let me just put this out there. Is there any fear at all, CU fan, that we lose the rest of the game? Is there any possibility where you see if these changes are made that Colorado cannot win another game?
Absolutely not. If from what we saw last week, absolutely not. I believe that there are going to be some competitive games, absolutely, but I think we're going to win more games. If we revert back to the first few games, then I hate to say it, we're not going to win as many games. But if we continue to see what we saw last week, we're definitely going to win games. I have absolutely no doubt that we can go in there and win multiple games. Honestly, I'm just being, positive here. I see us winning the next 3 games.
Do you really?
Absolutely. K-State, we're going to go in there and we're going to win.
That means that'll be the first ranked team that we beat. We beat a ranked team, we're going to be ranked. And I don't think Colorado looks back. We beat K-State, I don't think we look back. But let's answer this. Let's answer Clay Farmer saying, if it's working with mixing 10 and 11 personnel, keep in mind that Joe Class said 10 wasn't really working that much when they went back to it. 11 worked better. So if 11 worked better, then there's 12. Is it 12? Or I don't know how that works. But if 11 worked better, then you say rolling with that. The problem with 2 tight ends is that you're taking a weapon for Shador. You can run a 2 tight end. You run a 2 tight end package 100% wouldn't work. I don't think it's 100% wouldn't work. I don't believe it's 100% wouldn't work. I'm about to say, I'm sorry. Problem fact, they haven't beat a ranked team yet. But I don't know. Let me bring Panda on the show because Panda might have a difference of opinion. But yeah, I think if you sneak in, it doesn't have. It could be like, how are we going to use Travis Hunter in the NFL. It could be packages. It ain't gotta be the percentage. Ain't gotta be that large, but there has to be a way where you say, okay, let's bring in a second tight end and see what, and let's just try and see how that works. But let me ask Panda. Panda, hey man, welcome to the show. Thank you for calling in. You know I appreciate you always calling in. How you doing today, man?
I'm just chilling, man. What's up with you?
I'm good. I'm trying to make sense of this stuff. I got a little greedy when Joe Class said
I see.
the 11 person that worked.
Stuff in your mouth with that information. I see.
Yeah, man.
You was all blizzard up on Joe Clap. Calm down. Calm down. Come back to reality.
Answer Clay, Panda. Do you think it 100% wouldn't work, or do you believe that it could work by sneaking in? It doesn't have to be 100% all the time. It could just be maybe 20%. Try it here and there. If we bring in a second tight end and see how that works, I still don't believe that that's gonna take a weapon away. How many weapons do you need as a good person, as a good thrower, as a good quarterback? You got 2 weapons, plus you got your running backs who can also catch down the field. But anyways, let me get your thoughts in, and then I'll ask you another question.
Totally disagree with you, Harry.
Okay, so you don't think it'll work at all. Let me hear why.
I'm not saying that it wouldn't work, but as a football team, you use as much as what available to you. You win games by putting the ball in the most talented players' hands, period, right?
Uh-huh.
So the ball in Shador's hand to Jimmy Horn to Weston has proven success. This is why the game with UCF was different. We scored first. When you score first, or you are able to come out with points on the drive, you are able to become more creative. What often happens is we are chasing the game. So we are the basement, man. Have a good day, man. God bless you, man. That's funny. But
your Dion's troll account.
But the reality of it is, if you understand football, if you are chasing the game, you can't be as creative. You got to go with what you know works. When I was the only one saying I like the fact that Charlie Orfador was coming out of the back and he was able to give Shador a half a second, y'all didn't realize that's the reason that created the difference, because he can't run worth nothing, but he used to throw his little body in place and give Shador an extra half a second. So we have to look at the game in a complete element. What we are doing is looking at a win and say that this win will suffice against the rest of the schedule. K-State.
No. We're making the argument that this win taking another step forward by adding I think you're on a different panel. If you add another tight end,
yeah, but
that's taking the protection scheme another step forward. But it's not saying we're satisfied with what we did. If you added 11, try with 12. But hold that thought. Let me bring on Tim. Hold on. Let me bring on Tim. Let's get his thoughts, and then we'll continue the conversation with CU fan. Tim, brother,
let me finish the train of thought, though, Harry.
Okay, hold on. Let me bring Tim on, and then you can finish your train of thought, and then he'll take it. Tim, brother, welcome to the show. I appreciate you calling in always. How you doing today, man?
Hey, I'm doing well, man. Thank you for having me.
Okay, you got a deep voice. I hope you're okay. But okay, so let me. I hope you didn't come down with this thing I got. Well, okay. All right, Panda, you got 30 seconds. Finish your thought, and let me get Tim's opinion. Uh-huh.
If you take away more weapons for Shador, what it does is reduces the ability to put points on the board. What we did effectively is that because we scored on our first drive, we actually came up with points in terms of not the first play, but the first series. But I'm talking about being the first to put points on the board makes the play caller more, his ability to call more trick plays or experiment with the offense. If you running from behind, you can't run the ball. You cannot run the ball because you're against the clock. You're against the time. You're looking at game management. You're looking at a bunch of things.
Hey, Panda, is that one aspect of the win, or are you saying that was the effective thing? Because it sounds like you're saying it was emphatically the reason.
I'm saying this to be clear. We can mix it up as much as we are not chasing the game. I am all for two backs coming out the back. But when you do that, you have to be in a position in the game that makes it feasible. If we were continuing to chase the game, we don't have the ability to explore the options, is my point.
Okay, all right. So I get the point. Let me get Tim on here. Tim, I'm not with Panda on this one. Okay, I know my football knowledge is a little limited, and I get it. I totally accept it. But if what I'm feeling and my greed to protect that quarterback, I think the weapons he has is not limited, because you still have your running backs who can catch the ball as well, with two wide receivers, and then your two tight ends can also catch the ball. So I don't see that we're regressing and taking away weapons. I feel like we're adding weapons and protections. Your thoughts?
Well, I think that, you absolutely add more protection for Shedeur to give him a little bit more time, as long as he's not being a hindrance to that scheme by adding that extra tight end, by holding the ball too long. It helps with the running. If you're pulling guards, to being able to double team, to maybe give that running back the edge, or kick a edge rusher out to open up a hole. It's so many different ways that you can utilize the extra tight end.
That's what I'm thinking.
And it does, even though we came out, we've been playing 10 personnel, now we went to 11 personnel against UCF. Throwing in that extra tight end.
What is that called? Is that a 12?
No, you can't have 12 players on the field. But it does.
No, but you don't have 10 players on the field. But I'm talking about the personnel change. You don't have 10. The scheme, what is it called? Because if it's 10 personnel, 11 personnel, it doesn't mean that you have 10 people on the field, right?
No, it's just a scheme. That's
what I'm saying. But what is the scheme called if you have two tight ends? It's not a 12 personnel scheme.
I don't know. Let me look that up. I'll get back with you on that one. But
anybody in the chat that knows that, can you please help us out? Go ahead.
But I was gonna say that, you do eliminate a wide receiver by having that two tight end scheme set. But I think it's good, because all it does is still it gives your opponent who hasn't seen it to have to make adjustments. It confuses. No different than UCF. They probably was so used to the 10-man personnel. Now they come out with 11-man personnel with adding that extra tight end. So it's like, okay,
it confuses them.
It confuses them. I mean, it confuses them, and it gives Shedeur a little bit a half a second of time. It also allows you to run the ball a lot better.
Tim, they say half a second don't mean nothing. Mind people get mad at you. They don't understand the value of half a second.
Oh, okay. Well, that's not for me to, teach.
Right, so the basement got us the answer. Hopefully this is the answer. I don't know the basement's football acumen, but two tight ends and two running backs is called 22 personnel. So hopefully that's the terminology I just learned. I can use that later on. But But okay, so CU fan, I already got you. You already pretty much, said the same thing. Like you agree, like the same thing that Tim is saying. You can pull guards, you can pull certain players, and you can open up room for the run game. So Panda, you're on the island by yourself. Unless you got something more to add to this, you're on the island here.
Let me add this. Let's
see you fan add his, and then you can come back and you might have to start swimming because you're on the island right now. Go ahead,
I don't
see you
mind
fan.
being on the island.
Okay.
So
go ahead.
So what I want to add is one of the things that I've noticed about Shedeur is that he has he doesn't progressively read his routes, who he needs to throw it to. He's always specifically looking for a specific wide receiver on a certain route. So that being said, if you put in a double tight end, you give him less routes that he can look for, but at the same time, fooling the defense into saying, hey, is he going to throw it here or are they going to actually run the ball? Because Tom Brady was so good at that. And he's been coached by Tom Brady. And I know that Tom Brady was, because he can have Gronkowski. He was always passing it to him. He was passing it to his other wide receivers. I forget which ones because he's had so many. But what I'm saying is it lets him focus more on less progressive reads and more on, hey, I see my guy here, and he's gonna be. I'm gonna pass it to this guy right here. I think a double tight end set would be amazing. At least, like you said, Harry, doesn't need to be all the time, but in certain conditions of the game, hey, let's bring out the double tight end set, and we can fool them and get those first downs, get a touchdown, and then you know what? Hey, let's put it away.
Yeah, go back to the 10 or the 11. So that's what I'm prescribing. I'm not saying abandon what's working. I'm saying add to it, right? Because if we don't, because like I said, the running backs are also weapons for receivers, right? As the receivers, so they're weapons as well, and we trust that they can catch with a 5-yard or 10-yard drop, right? We don't need much, right? We just need if we need a situation, we have a situation where we need a first down. Hey, let's just drop it. Let's just drop it and check it down to one of those guys, and let's get up out of there. And then we can go back to our regular schedule program where we got 4 receivers in or whatever. So you keep making them guess. And guess what? These guys, most teams are not reading the tape for those schemes because
Harry,
Colorado has been so vanilla. Huh?
Harry, you just said most teams are not watching the tape for the schemes.
Yes, because we haven't done it. This is new to them, so it's going to confuse them now. Obviously, because of the UCF game, they're going to prepare for it. But are they prepared for a 2 tight end? That'll confuse them even more. They're like, wait a minute. All right, guys, come on now. Now you're becoming a regular football team. You used to do everything the same. Anyways, go ahead. Go ahead, Panda.
I don't like how we treating like these other programs that have been more successful and more efficient, like they have no football IQ. I'm going to push back on what
that's not what we're saying. We just
been
vanilla, and Nebraska had our numbers, and we didn't switch up at all.
It's football. So let me give you an example. Tim, you might be able to understand what I'm saying. How does Kansas State use Dylan Edwards? Do they use him in a traditional running back, or sometimes they do the same thing what CU was doing, where they use him as a wide receiver and throw the ball off and dump it off? We got to be careful that we are not using a successful game and trying to, example,
what panels are you on that you're talking? What are you talking about? And nobody
I'm
doing
responding to what CU fan said when he said that Shedeur just have to he's not reading the whole point of us being successful is Shedeur's ability to adapt and to read the defense. Let's hump the brakes a little bit, bro. We are saying because we were
talking about right now. You got me
UCF that we should model the CU football against the team. We going up against Kansas that plays a completely different scheme than
Panda, let me ask you a
UCF.
question. Did you watch the Joel Klatt stuff that I just put up?
Yes, but
Okay,
you
we're
but
going
Joe,
off of that
hold up.
premise.
Not because Joe Clapp said something mean that is Colorado law. What
No,
he
no,
did not
you're missing the
identify
point.
was
Listen, you're arguing for no reason. We're not saying what he said, Colorado. He just told us what Colorado did. He didn't say Colorado should do this. He said Colorado did this and it was great. We're using that and just furthering the conversation. It's not a Joe Clark conversation.
but it must be
It's,
based in
I said
reality.
that I got greedy by saying, but when I heard Joe Clark say they use an 11 personnel, Joe Clark was not making any type of saying, hey, they should do this. He literally just said, I saw the tape. This is what I saw. Based on what he said he saw, I said, wait a minute. If 11 worked, what if we do 22? What if we use a 22 personnel, two running backs? I mean, two tight ends, two running backs, and go with two wide receivers.
Hey,
That's what we're saying, not Joe Klatt.
Yeah,
hey,
but
can I
all
say
I'm saying to add to your perspective, add to the perspective that you are facing different defenses. The football game has to be encompassing what you facing, information based on what you use and what's successful, but you have to look upon your next opponent. What you are saying is because we were successful in running the ball against UCF, let's go ahead and add more because it's going to be successful with Kansas State. When you look at the defense line or the O-line, let's go back to when we didn't do good. Let's go back to Nebraska. They are not Nebraska's defense. Kansas State defense is way better than UCF. We have to take that information and say, okay, scheme-wise, what works in place of Kansas State? No, coming out the back, that doesn't mean that works. If you look at playing Kansas State, we are better off to go in the air because we could dominate the secondary.
Hey, can I say something real quick?
Yeah,
to
yeah, go ahead.
Panda?
I don't know what Panda's talking about right
Panda,
now.
I'm talking about looking at the full
hey,
game.
listening at what you just said, it's almost like you agreed with everything that Harry, CU fan, and me are saying. But you're right. UCF, Kansas State defense is not UCF. Yes, they are better defense. What defense do they like to play? 3-3-5. You know, they like to disguise their linebackers. You don't know if they're dropping back in coverage. They do a good job of it, or they're going to blitz. Having that two tight end scheme implemented into your game plan, it plays a part with that 3-3-5. Honestly,
But I
but
never said don't use it.
I know.
said,
No. I know you didn't say never don't use it. And, you know, you're going to have to get creative with your schemes against this K-State defense. Like that 3-3-5. If you go back and watch some of their games, you know how they linebackers operate. They got some good linebackers. And if you go two tight end set, now you only got two wide receivers out there, but you got 5 DBs in the back.
that
So
hunting.
that's
Hunting.
that's hunting. So it's harder for somebody to get open. And if they blitzing, then
Which they are good at.
which they are good at, then you may need some help, whether it's two running backs in the backfield. If they do blitz, they can run a quick wheel route, but Shador has to get the ball out, which he has not, in my opinion, has not been good at going through his progressions, through his reads, because the wheel route been open so many times this season is mind-boggling. But what Harry's talking about, though, is spot on. You want to throw different schemes out there for them to make the adjustment.
Right. You got to confuse them. You got to give them different looks. so that they can be prepared for it, because they're not going to be prepared for a CU with 2 tight ends. We barely wanted to do 1 tight end. So most teams knew, they're like, look, they're not going to do this. We're going to dare them to do it, right? So let's dare them to run the ball on us, because we know they're not going to do it. That's what Nebraska did. They kept daring us. We dare you, right? So we never went to the 11 personnel. So now I'm like, hey, wait a minute. We know that Kansas State is a better team. They're ranked. They're top. They're number 20. So their defense is going to try to get at Shador with different looks. So what if we confuse them and they're not even going to be prepared for the 11 personnel? Maybe they are now. But what happens to 2 or the 22 personnel we're talking about, or the 12 personnel with 1 running back instead of 2 running backs? That's confusion for them. They're not going to be ready for that. So anyways, that's what I'm saying. But I wanted to talk about this Love and Liberty comment. They are not going to encounter more physical athletes than UCF and Nebraska. Physically, they can play with anyone. All right, so let's talk about that a little bit, because I don't know that that's true.
That's not true.
So it's how much of a rushing team defense is K-State?
How many rushing yards did we have against Nebraska?
We didn't run the ball. So then we have 59 yards.
We couldn't run the ball.
We couldn't run the ball.
Okay, Nebraska plays a 3-3-5. K-State linebackers, all 3 of them are good. All 3 of them are smart. All 3 of them are physical.
Facts.
All 3 of them
excellent football IQ.
Excellent football IQ. And I'm just saying that because I went back and watched all their games, and they do a good job at disguising what they're about to do.
That's all I was saying. When it comes to Kansas State, we have to approach the secondary is not as strong.
Right. But okay, fine. But then doesn't that support the argument of protecting Shador so we can get the ball down the field more?
But Harry, I don't think you understand. And Tim explained it best. He said, if we take 2 tight ends and put it in, yes, by theory, it will give Shador more time. But we can agree that Shador is not good with releasing the ball. We have to use what we know about Shador also, right? And then when you take the 2 personnel and add them, you also take away 2 wide receivers. So that escape thing that he does and finds a person, you bring it down to 1 person to be found.
No, you're not. No,
Harry,
because your running backs are also can catch. Your running backs can catch the ball as well, and your tight end, one of your tight ends can release from the block and go try to catch the ball for a first down. Like I said, it's not a recommendation for every play. It's a recommendation to say, okay, you know what? Let's give them this look, confuse them, and if they let that tight end go,
in the history,
we just
jumping the ball off. How many of them were caught?
Do we trust our tight ends? Is the question.
We since the basement want to be funny, as in the dump off. As much time as we try to use Jimmy Horn, we try to use Weston to do that same dump thing, similar to a tight end. How often has they actually caught the ball? Either Shador was off in the connection by not leading them with the throw, or it was straight drops. So
that's fact.
Like Tim said, how are we trusting them in a situation? That's why I said,
you're just
where we at in the game. If we are winning, we have the freedom to experiment. If we are starting the game behind, chasing them, it limits the creativity that the offense could have. That's the only point I'm trying to make. I'm not against putting
Panda,
even if we talk
Panda,
about
listen,
somebody in the back as a running back.
Panda, listen.
I'm not designed for a running back, meaning that Jordan Seaton running out in front and there's a gap and he's blocking by running out in motion in front. We don't design the plays like that. Tim,
I disagree with that.
They not off or running plays designed with blocking and moving at the line.
I disagree with that. Can I say something real quick?
I don't agree with that either, but go ahead. Go ahead. After you, then I got to bring on Ron Tate. He's waiting in the green room. Go ahead.
So one of the things, a rebuttal on that is we've seen many teams that play from behind, and they use different personnel, different schemes to get their touchdowns. I mean, I know I'm going to talk about NFL, but the biggest comeback player of all time, Tom Brady, has done it many times in Super Bowls, championships, and whatever you want to call it. And you could see it many times. Look at what happened to Georgia and Alabama. Georgia was coming back, and they were using different personnel and a different scheme. So to me, I think you can do this if you stick to one thing and you're getting. See, what I'm hearing is I'm getting nervous. I'm going to stay in one spot.
That's what I'm glad you said that. That's a good point.
Hey, can I say something real quick after you see you fan? I know you got to bring on Ron Tate.
Go ahead, Ron.
Okay.
You hear them, right? It's not my fault.
Hey, I want to say this. Panda is making some good remarks, and if you look at, if you pay attention to what he's saying, if we do all these different schemes, whether it's a 10 personnel, 11 or 12 with the double tight end. Okay. If we're not able to score using 11 personnel or 12 personnel, and we find ourselves down, the other option that CU, and we can all agree because we didn't seen it, is
go back to the 10.
they're going to go back to that 10 personnel 4 wide receiver against a 3-3-5 defense, and Shador will not have time to throw the ball. That's facts.
But it sounds like you're not agreeing with your guy.
No,
if he can't throw the ball anyway, then isn't it better for us to be protective and at least have a chance to either run the ball or at least dip it off? Let me bring on Ron Tate. Maybe he has some ideas. Ron Tate, welcome to the show, brother. How you doing? I appreciate you calling in.
Hey, Harry. Thanks a lot. Hello, everyone in the panel.
Thank you, man.
I just want to say that generally, almost 100% of the teams in high school and college and the NFL, when you have a bye week, you spend that week doing two things: looking at the opponents and looking at yourself and your tendencies. And we can all agree that the team that played in that last game is not the same team that played in the beginning of the season. They began to get better, and their offense began to look a little more creative. And they will continue to do that. And some things that I don't know if it was Panda or Tim spoke about, the wheel route. It's been open several times, and Shador did not throw the ball. Now, when they critique the offense and they need to get rid of that ball fast, and they're throwing, they have Draymond, what's his name, Miller, coming out of the backfield against one of their linebackers. You know, hey, if you see a blitz, hit the wheel route. Get the guys out of the.
Are you saying that they're going to adjust to remind him that it's open? They're going to let him know that it's open?
Of course. Okay. Just like they're going to remind him to carry out his fakes and stop eyeballing the running back going into the line of scrimmage. That tells, as the DB is looking at your eyes, the quarterback's face, and he's looking down with nothing in his hand, they have nothing to do but to go up and run enforce the run.
Right.
But if he carries out his fakes,
we've been talking about on this channel that Shador doesn't know how to hand off. Like, that's been one of the things that it's been irking me, that he does not know the mechanics. He has not perfected the mechanics of being elusive with the handoff, like Caleb Williams from UFC, right?
He's I've seen videos of him working on carrying out his fakes when he has the ball.
Mm-hmm.
He's not doing that now. He's eyeballing the running back. You're saying he's not being elusive. It's because he's not moving after he carries out hands off the ball, he's not being part of the magician act. He's just
Yeah.
standing there.
He's just
If you
standing
want to
there
know where
like,
the ball is, look
it's
at
right here.
Shador's head. He'll
Right.
tell you where the running back is.
Exactly.
And
So,
so
yeah.
I'm saying all of that to say that as the coaches analyze the first 5 games, they will see these tendencies and they will adjust. They have to. They have to. If not, that's coaching 101.
But you
They
know, for
have to
us
adjust.
as the fan base that have been and that staff have been real like hard-headed, man. It's been hard. It's hard to believe when we hear the prescriptions and we hear the solutions. It's hard to believe that they're going to implement it because we've been burnt so many times before that we've been screaming the solution, and it's been hard for them to adapt the solutions. Now we're seeing a little bit of incremental change, and we're satisfied with that. We're fine with that. But now, are you really like hopeful that Shador is going to be elusive? Like he hands the ball off, then he's going to hide his hand so that they can find, so that the running backs, the linebackers can figure out. Wait, who got the ball? We don't know who got the ball.
Right.
Shador
They don't have to
hands
do
it
that.
off, and his hand is still standing out there.
But Harry, you think that changes in this short space of time?
No.
Hey, listen. That changes in one practice.
You
That
think?
changes in one practice.
No.
I don't believe that, Ron.
No,
Yeah. Oh yeah.
We've
Yeah.
been arguing about this since me and Harry was the first one that said he does not do a good job of it.
Right.
Oh, carrying out his face. He has not.
Credit.
He has become lazy.
No, wait.
So then why are you so confident that that's going to change now?
Wait, Ron. Let me say
I believe it has to. It has to. It has to change.
Credit because we realized that the play calling gave him the power to pull out whenever he wanted. So we said, well, we can't really hold it against him because he got the freedom to check out of the run whenever he wants. But then when he no longer has these option routes to pull out, he's still doing it. So there's 3 things that affects his game is he does not sell the run, he holds the ball too long, and then the third part is this we could blame.
I was going to let it go. I was going to let the pause go, but go ahead.
This we could blame Pat Shermer on is that he said they pre-select who the ball going to. Also, Coach Prime says that.
I like that. I'd rather that for Shador because Shador, as much as I love his decision making, when it comes to a run, I'd rather you tell who's going to get the ball, and this is a run play, not an RPO.
And that is the point I was trying to make to y'all, for them to make designated run plays where Seaton, who is the most athletic, it seems like, on the O-line, to take the charge in front. So we know that the gap is there, and he have a blocker, a big physical dude going. That's the point I've been trying to make, that the runs are not designed to be runs. They are runs with hope the gap open, but the O-line ain't got no dog in them to move nobody.
Hey, yo, Judah said, yo, Shador's pull-out game is weak.
Yeah, I'm surprised he don't got kids yet. That's a fact.
Hey, I want to say this real quick. I agree with Ron Tate on this minor adjustment can be fixed in one day, because if he doesn't sell the run, then it makes it harder, because that 1001 you could freeze an outside linebacker for a second,
yes,
which allows you to gain a yard or 2. But
we all agree with you, Tim. We all agree with you.
I feel like
everybody on this channel is like the same thing.
Hey Harry, can I let you in on a little something?
I don't know if Tim was done with his comment.
I'm sorry. Are you done, Tim?
Well, I was just going to add at the end of that, I feel like looking at the well-off media video of practice this week, Coach Brown did state to Shador that, like, hey man, you got to come with it. This wasn't a good practice. So I feel like right now, Coach Prime, he wants to win more than I feel like giving Shador 100% total control. And I feel like, I don't know. It's just something that I'm noticing.
Yeah, I mean, James Wilson is going back to that old adage again. If he got all these flaws, then should he be number one? Like, come on.
He's going way too
We're
deep
talking
now.
about something where I think with his dad, he's been so spoiled that he didn't have to work on that, right? So, but now you go to an NFL team, you already have the smarts, so basic things that other coaches are not going to allow, you're going to have to work on. And it could be worked on, like Ron said, in one practice. This literally can change. With your mindset, a coach is going to have you all summer. And you're not...
Harry,
Go ahead. Go ahead.
Every
I
single
just
one
want
of you
to,
are
Panda, hold
correct.
on a second. Hold on a second. I sent a message, and I got a contact by one of the CU coaches that says he's going to pass that on.
Oh, word?
Word.
Yeah, but hold on. Man.
Wait. What is it? Hold on, Panda. Hold on, man. Hold on.
Wait, let's be
I know
real.
you eager, but just
They
wait,
don't see
man.
what we see.
We got breaking news.
Come on, man.
We got breaking
That
news.
is not changing his behavior.
Hey,
This is who he is,
Panda.
This is him.
There's a TV show going on here. Okay? Relax. We're going to get to your comment. I know you're passionate. But anyways, hey, Ron, so what exactly was the color of your message? Please let us know.
The exact same thing that we've been talking about. What I said, that he was eyeballing the running back going into the offensive line, which allowed the linebackers and the running back to follow and find the running back, because Shador was telling them where he was by looking at him. And he needs to continue on and carry out his fakes.
Bro, and you know what game can help him? When we play USC. Dude, Caleb Williams was a magician. Bro, we couldn't tell where the ball was going. I was confused in that game. I was like, oh, wait, where is the ball? Who has the ball? Caleb Williams is a magician when it comes to, when he handed the ball off. The running back did the thing where he hid the ball, and they were in some type of motion or some type of sweep. And at that point, I had no idea who had the ball, and I was so confused. By that time, the running back already has 5 yards down the road.
But the design plays, y'all are missing that point.
We're missing that. I agree with you earlier. I agree with you earlier that we need to have specific design plays, but Shador plays a part in this. Even if it's designed,
that is my point. There's nothing in
even if it's designed, he's still not going to do it. He's going to show us.
Going to change.
Shador is not going to. Even if it's a design run play,
the only way that is going to change is if CU says, Shador, you out of the Heisman race. We gonna play ball.
Listen,
that is the only way that
you have to understand.
You accept that Shador is out of the Heisman race.
That's not what we're talking about. We're not talking about that.
You're really making me finish the point.
Panda, I understand what you're saying, but you're really going to the extreme, and you are really your comment is stating that Shador football IQ and in this game at the Division I level and at the pro level is very, very low, and it leans on selfishness.
I'm saying he is unable to do it.
He's not enabled.
The plays that they were doing, they enable him to pull the ball out whenever he feels like he got it.
No, we're talking about running play. We're talking about run plays.
Can I finish the point before you go there? All I'm saying is the play seemed to be called was a run. He doesn't sell it good because he is checking out of the run.
Okay, I'm not talking about none of that.
He has to be looking at the field. So that's why he can't sell it. And on the point
we're not talking about that, Panda. We're talking about when he does decide to do it.
Can I
That's
tell you?
what I'm
Can I
saying.
explain
He
to you?
practiced doing that.
Okay,
So he's consistently doing that.
Can I explain to you what my point is and what I'm talking to you
Well,
about?
can I finish my point? And you have all day to do that. All I'm saying is,
man, you've been talking for 2 minutes, man. Come on, give someone else an opportunity.
Man,
Yeah, Panda, you're making the same argument.
All I'm saying is he has consistently done that. That is his motive of operandi. So
but
all
you've
I'm
already
saying
said that though. You're not adding anything new. What's new?
All I'm saying is a behavior allowed by the program. You all are turning around and say, "Oh, all of a sudden he's just going to stop doing this." This is part of who he is. The only way for that to change is if the coaches and his father says, "I am going to cut this out because it's hurting the team." Anything else, they get special treatment because he's the superstar. He's the save the day guy.
And I disagree with you 100%.
I'm 1,000%
I
disagree with you.
disagree with you 100%.
I'm 1,000% disagreeing.
You're not talking about sports. Now you're not talking about sports. I'm talking about sports and how you coach and how a player receives coaching. You're talking about total 100% selfishness. I don't see that in Shedeur. I see Shedeur as an individual that when it's brought to his attention that something as minute in the grand scheme of things as carrying out your fake, you hand the ball off and you fake a rollout. You hand the ball off and you fake a pass. You hand the ball off and you continue to drop back. You don't stop and stand and stare at the running back running into the offensive line.
And if
that's my point.
Years.
And what I'm saying is
2 years.
What I'm saying is that a coach has said that he is going to pass that information on.
So it took him 2 years to pass that information.
And I believe.
And you are the same one who said
I'm talking right now, please.
And it
Panda,
takes
hold
more
on
than
one second.
30
Hold
days.
on 1 second.
Panda, if you're gonna talk, then you can't hear the other guy on the panel. You cannot over talk people. You gotta wait. We'll let you cook all day. Just wait.
My point is this: that if you cannot receive coaching, then you have no business on the field. Selfishness does not. I give you a perfect example of this. Travis was telling Shedeur about what the defensive back he was holding me or whatever. And Shedeur told him, "I don't give a D. Catch the ball." You know what Travis said? He didn't say, "Man, don't talk to me that way. Don't treat me like that, man. Blah 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 blah." Excuse. He didn't say a word. He just said when it was talking about that, my quarterback said, "Catch the ball," and that's what I'm going to do every time it comes my way. That's all he said about that. That's being an athlete in a situation. I believe this being brought to Shedeur's attention, he will release the ball sooner. He will hit that running back, and he will carry on his fakes. I will believe he will do those two things the next time they play because it's something that's going to help the team.
Right.
What Ron is suggesting is football 101. What we are talking about is CU current issue. So you are telling me 2 years in, these people getting paid all this money is a bunch of idiots that they did not see what we see. You all are telling me that people with yellow jackets and all these professionals are looking at CU and saying, Shedeur is perfect. Shedeur isn't doing anything that needs improvement. Come on. What you are telling me is that this is how great football looks if these adjustments are made. And I am telling you, at 2 years in, when somebody's bringing you back in the game, when the game seems done and deflated, it is hard to criticize them when you have built the brand as Shedeur as the wonder boy and the Louis luggage. So when we talk about habits, I give him the first year because I understand that fake offensive coordinator was setting up to lose because he was checking out of the runs and the routes them were doing haywire because they was running whatever routes they want to run. When it comes to the same design, play, and personnel for the run, means it is designed for a run. You're not going to check out of this run. You have no option and no say in this. Then we should see a better carrying of the ball and a hiding and a faking the route. He is still not doing that.
Panda. Let me
So
say
you're
something.
trying to tell me that all these professionals do not see what we see.
Hold up, Panda.
Sees it, all these
What's
sees it.
next?
Everybody
We beating
sees
a dead horse.
Hey, Panda, you're saying the same. You're repeating the same thing over and over again. But listen,
No, but he's saying that the message
we
that
get it. We get it. We
the
understand, Panda.
just makes Shador be different.
Listen.
It
You're
practice to
you're
be different.
repeating yourself. You just keep repeating yourself. But listen, I understand what you're saying. This is what I'm going to add to what Ron is saying. When you hand the ball off, when you decide to hand it off, because I understand what you're saying, Panda. He's not accustomed to doing that, and we can't expect him to change overnight. I get that. I understand it. Okay. What I'm saying is, hey, when you decide to hand the ball off, add a little bit of sauce on it. Make it a little bit difficult for the linebacker to know who has the ball. That's all we're saying. We're not saying that Shador's going to change overnight or he's going to not check out of the run. We're not saying that. When he does decide to run, right? When he does decide to hand the ball off, and you have seen him do that because our run game is working right now. So when we do that, what Ron is saying and what I'm saying is add a little bit of finesse on it so that they don't stop the run so easily. Let's hide the ball a little bit. Let's Shador fake it a little bit. Don't just sit there and say he has the ball. You're a snitch on your own line. Shador is literally a snitch on his own line, showing people who's got the ball. Because when he does decide to hand the ball off, his hand is still out. If y'all can see my hand, Shador's hand is like this, and waiting for the run to be over so he can reset. That's what we're saying. Hey, Shador, if you're listening, I'm not done. Let me finish. Hey, Shador, if you are listening, when you hand that ball off, when you do decide to hand that ball off, please hide your hand. Take your hand away. Forget about holding your hand all the way out. Hide your hand the second you hand the ball off, and guess what? Fake like you still got it and run around. That's all we're saying. Why is it that you're not understanding that, Panda? Okay, good. Let's talk about Cormani McLean coming back to Colorado. So the rumors is out there. Colorado, Cormani McLean. I know. So yeah, man. So okay, listen. Colorado, Cormani McLean went to the UCF game, and apparently he posted it on his Instagram, right? And Cormani is definitely not getting no playing time. He's not on the depth chart. Ain't nothing going on with Cormani at Florida. So the rumor mill says that Cormani McLean wants to come back to Colorado. I don't know about y'all faith levels, your second chance levels.
Yes, bring him back.
Hold on, Ron. I know. Hold on. I'm gonna start with CU fan because he's been kind of quiet, but when Panda comes on, Panda commands the mic and he wants to, say everything he got to say. But calm down, Panda. We got a TV show to run here. So listen. Let's just go down the panel and let me get your thoughts. We don't want to spend too much time on this because I don't care about it and I'd rather not spend too much time on it. But if Cormani asks Coach Prime to come back, do we allow Cormani McLean to come back to Colorado? CU fan, you go first.
I do believe everybody deserves a second chance, even third chances. But honestly, I don't want him back. I think he burned some bridges that probably has some still sting in them. Mm-hmm. And honestly, if I was Prime, I would say if you want to come back, go prove it somewhere else first, because he hasn't proved it somewhere else yet. I mean, I don't know if the stories are true that he's having problems still over there or whatever the nature is. But I mean, a lot of people didn't believe what was going on at CU. They're blaming Prime, but the same things happen somewhere else. I mean, consistency is a factor of a lot of things, and he is consistent with that. What is to say if we do accept him back, and next the same thing happens, and it's kind of like, well, here we go again. It does not change. So to me, is prove it somewhere else before you come back.
So let me add this also. At the end of the day, man, you said you wanted to go to a better program, a program that actually teaches football, a program that can help you to develop better. You don't want to play for clicks and views, but every time something happens, you're always on Instagram and you're putting your business out there. You're not quiet, all right? You're not quiet and you're not going quietly. And the burning bridges thing in business. You can burn bridges in business, but if the business makes sense, people don't really care about the burned bridge, all right? Because if you can make me $1 million, but I know that you hate my guts, I might want to go on that burned bridge and maybe build it a little bit and say, all right, man, let's see if we can make this work so we can both eat, right? At the end of the day, if you look at wrestling, what is his name? I started watching the documentary for the WWE. Right, it was WWF, but the wildlife took the F away. Pause. Is that a pause or is that a cuss word? Took the F away. Well, anyways, you know what? Forget it. But yeah, but the idea is business is business. So if you can be like, if you can be like the WWE and I forget the name of the owner now. Forgive me. If y'all remember, please let me know. Right, McMahon, Mr. McMahon. He's fought with people, brought them back for the sake of business, making money together. So does it really make sense? Is Kwamani's skill set good enough to bring him back? And would it make business sense, Panda? What are your thoughts?
I think development is something that happens when people tend to bring people back. If you have a business partner, you see growth in the business partner since you are separated, or there was a situation where the business partner you couldn't do without them, so you all reconciliate. We don't have that aspect with him. Like, we haven't seen him produce on the college stage. And if they blew out a team the other day and he still isn't even dressing, at this point, he's not dressing. That's an issue.
Right. He's not even getting snaps at all. If you're not dressing, then gosh.
And then if you leave when your team is in camp because football is going on, and then you leave to go watch the other game, that doesn't show me that you were there.
So, okay, so to you, it's not making business sense because number one, he got to be getting some type of snaps because then are we just bringing him back for, I guess, good feelings or try to save a young man? So there's different aspects to this, right? Bringing him back for business reasons, and then also bringing him back for moral reasons I'm going to save this young man. I'm going to give him a second chance because I believe that, God gives people second chances. What are we bringing Kwamani back for, Tim? If we're bringing him back, are we doing it for the good soul reason, or are we bringing him back for good business reason, his big frame and being able to help him to develop and help our team? Is he going to help our team, or do we move on from this kid and say, nah, we don't want the drummer?
A part of me, I guess the way, if you're asking it directly to me, and a part of me, just what I stand for, a part of me would want to bring him back.
From your moral standpoint?
From a moral standpoint. But I also understand that you can't save everybody. Everybody can't be saved. They got to want to save themselves. And from a business standpoint, he was hot, at one point, and now he's not. You know what I mean? no different than the music industry. It's always somebody. If you're not steady writing music and making music, it's somebody in the shadows writing, perfecting their craft to take your spot.
Right.
So I don't know. I mean, do you see what's going on at Florida? Do you bring that type of do you invite that type of spirit back into a locker room that's gelling and we can see it on a day-to-day basis? Do we bring something in that could hinder the team?
That's true.
So I mean, it's for me, it's a 50-50.
Yeah, I mean, for me, listen, man, I'm a spiritual man. I believe God, and God giving us all second chances. But at the end of the day, when you're making a business decision, I don't know, if you're gonna think about it from a spiritual standpoint, because now you got a whole university you got to think about. It's not just you, from your personal standpoint, Ron. You got to think about the university and how it affects the university. And this kid is lazy. This kid doesn't want to go to. He don't want to go to do the right things you're asking him to do. So, do you look at it from a personal standpoint of saving a young man, or do you say this is good for the university, Ron?
Hey, listen, I would say this. Coach Prime will bring him back for 3 reasons. Number 1, it's morally right. Number 2, it's spiritually right. And it's in line with his faith. Number 3, Cromartie, as we forget, was ranked the number 1 cornerback in the country.
Not no more.
The only issue that he had was between his ears and the immaturity that he suffered. And
Wait, he had or has? Because that kid is not dressing.
He had, because that Florida experience has had to have humbled him for him to go to a CU game and then post it. He's sending messages that, yes, he wants to come back, and he realizes the large mistake that he had made. He did not have the respect or the power in that locker room
Hey,
to
DC,
affect the locker room.
Hey, Ron, you better get DC. DC is trolling right now in the comments. He said Tracy gets a second chance too. Stacy, he said Cormani is singing Biggie one more chance, and Tracy gets a second chance too. But anyways, go ahead.
DC, stop it, man. Cut it out.
Oh man.
But my point is valid, that the immaturity and the effect that he had on Coach Prime, and all of those coaches knew, and many of the players knew, when Kamani left, that he was going to hurt himself. And the coach at Florida had one thing in line: to teach this kid a lesson. He didn't care about his talent or working on him or talking with him or working on his issues, helping him deal with his issues, to turn around to become a mature, productive young man for his life and for his education. None of that. They brought him in to teach him a lesson. And I think the only way that Kamani is going to resuscitate his career is at Colorado. No one else will do it for him.
But okay, so I look at it like this: like, okay, you're at Florida, you're not playing, you're not even dressing, my guy. So that means that you're not even good enough to you're not putting up no practice at Florida for them to even consider giving you a uniform, a clean one at that. So
well, we don't know what's going on in practice.
We do know what's going on in practice by not playing on the game. You can't be burning out. You can't be cooking dudes in practice. And Florida is losing right now, and you're telling me a 5-star corner is cooking in practice, right? We're not going to throw everything we know about how this game works out of the window because it's Cormani McLean. I know that's your little brother, Ron. That's my little brother too. But I'm just saying, we got to treat this the same way we treat everything else. If you're cooking and you are DB and you're cooking and Florida is losing, there's no way you're not playing.
If you're a DB and you don't get you may be getting one rep in practice, or if you get a rep in practice because you're so far down on the depth chart. Come on, remind you, he's not a scholarship player.
He's a preferred walk-on. Who is on the prep team. But if you cook somebody, if you're that nasty, right? You're a 5-star, right? And you're nasty with it, I would be cooking the first team. So if you're on the prep team and you're cooking the first team, that coach knows what he got in practice. He ain't stupid.
He ain't got no choice but to put you on.
Right. That coach know that you a former 5-star. So if you are on the prep team and you're cooking the first team, he ain't got no choice. He's gonna put you on. But something tells me that kid ain't cooking. Something tells me he's not showing up to practice.
He ain't gonna get a scholarship, but he gonna get to play.
Right. So something tells me that kid is he's not watching film. He's too busy at Colorado games to be watching film.
That father lets me know that he made a bad decision. And when we talked about this topic some months ago when he left, I had stated that I felt like it was his peers drawing him back to the state of Florida,
right,
where he's more let me see. He knows everybody and he knows the places he can move around the way he wants to move around. But I still to this day feel like the old heads is like, hey, young man, you made the wrong decision. And it's an old man told me before, y'all young people will throw away $1 million lottery ticket for $1 scratch off. And I feel that's exactly what Cormoney McClain done.
This kid was getting playing time, Tim. He was a true freshman who at least got into the game. You know what I'm saying? He could have just kept that and kept developing, and listen to Prime. And I don't know where he got this whole, I don't want to play for clicks. I want to get crap. Even though, to be fair with him, he said it was not his decision. Let's just put this out there because I understand. All right. Hey, Peter Investor, what's up, man? How you doing today? So he said that it was not his decision. But I think at the end of the day, when they tell you, when they've had enough with you, and they say, all right, man, if you want to go, go. Then that's your decision. Even though at the end of the day, you decide you want to stay, but when they're done with you, it's like the girl is done with you. She wants you to go now. You can't say, oh, no, she dumped me. But you did everything in your power to give her every reason to dump you. When she finally says, okay, I don't want you no more, go. Now you're going to say, well, she dumped me. No, you dumped her a long time ago with your behavior.
So, Harry, let me ask you this.
Yes, sir.
Everybody gave us sentimental, spiritual reasons to bring him back, right?
Uh-huh.
Give me a football reason.
There is none. If I'm on the football side, there is none. He's not dressing, my guy.
Anybody else on the panel, give me a football reason.
I wish anybody can have a football reason. There is no football reason. We're all being sentimental right now. We're all saying from a black man's perspective, because we don't have no white person right here, right now, unless CU fan is secretly white, and I don't know about that. He sounds black.
I'll phone a friend. I'll phone a friend. Panda.
Yeah, somebody.
I'll phone CU fan because I don't have one.
Yeah.
CU fan.
He has to look, in order for him to come back for a football reason, he has to take some snaps at Florida and he has to show that he can cover. But to be a 5-star, go to a team, I understand the potential. I understand the idea of, okay, I had to do what I had to do to walk on. But you got to take a snap and you got to show that you can cover. If you can't, then there's no reason for me to bring you back because I got dudes that are cooking. And then listen to me. So why bring you back just to be going through the same thing, dealing with your mom, throwing us under the bus again? Why would I do that? For my God, for my personal reason? You're running a business. You ain't got time to be dealing with that. You don't.
And then we were saying that CU don't want to, Coach Prime don't want to mess up CU culture with all the quote unquote people. So it looks a type of way when it starts to go into the cultural disparities and who get to come back, who don't get, because we got to remember a whole slew of people left the first season under the same type of energy, right?
And a
So
lot of them are not playing right now.
but
I
that's
haven't done a video in a minute. Like I said, I've been doing a lot of lives, but if I was to do one of those videos and tell you where they're at now, look, it's not even
them in D2.
It's not even 10. It's not even 10% who's playing.
Yeah, they are probably 5 in D1, 6 in D1, and the rest are in
Forget
D2.
about anything D2. I'm talking about dudes that are not even playing football.
Yeah, a lot of them not. Even the one who went on that talk show, he not even playing. No,
Not even playing football. Like, I'm talking about playing football. But yeah, so there's several ways to look at this. We can look at this from a moral standpoint and say, all right, man, this is a young black man who lost his way. Let's give him a chance. And Coach Prime could definitely take that personal approach and say, hey, man, you know what? I'm going to bring him back. Coach Prime could do that. But, hey, I don't know. I don't know that you do that. I have no idea.
Phil was here, I would have tell him to take him at Grambling.
All right, so that's enough of that Komani stuff. I don't want to spend too much time on that. I mean, I wish the young man well. I am a fan of Komani McLean. I want that story to turn around, bro. Whatever he's doing in practice, change it, man. Ball out in practice, stay low and ball out. Like stay off Instagram. I want to, man. If this dude never, he has not played football in 2 years.
That's hard, bro.
He has not gotten on that field in 2 years, bro.
And that's all that kid knows too. That's hard.
To be a 5-star and fall off that fast, yo.
I mean, there's nothing wrong with that being a 5-star and he haven't played in 2 years, because you have 5 stars and some 4 stars go to big universities like Alabama, Georgia, and they don't play until they 3rd or 4th year.
Right, but they're practicing and they're backing somebody up and they're getting good reps. They're getting good practice reps, right?
They're getting good practice reps. Exactly.
That's what I'm saying. They're getting good practice reps, but he is on the depth chart so low that he's not getting no good practice reps.
He's getting practice reps. If he's on the scout team, he's still practicing, but I mean, he's still in a good position to be able to come out and play, is what I'm saying.
But he's at CU game, so how is he practicing?
I mean, I don't know about
the next game. Look, they play UCF this Saturday, so they were practicing while that game was going on. And Komani was at the game.
Clearly.
Am I missing something? Can somebody help me out?
Well, if we see him at the K-State game, then we know he didn't fully check that.
Yo, he's going to be traveling at this point. He's traveling from game to game now and just asking for one more chance.
I don't want to give up on him. I just find it hard.
I don't either, man. I don't want to give up on this kid.
Yeah, I want to give up on him.
I want his story to just change. Like, okay.
I was a trouble.
I wanted like a Rudy story. Like, all right, then let Komani in, then let him dress the last game and he lighted up. 3 interceptions, one for a touchdown.
The way I look at it is, does the man, should he get a second chance, third chance? Yeah, I believe somewhere, if it's not Florida, I mean, I don't know what's going to happen to him in Florida, but if it's not Florida, he can go somewhere else and he can prove it out there. But what I'm saying is that your work is what proves what you're worth, not what you say.
That's a good point that you just made. That's a very good point. So, but didn't Cam went to a D2 and then went back up to a D1?
I mean, some people take a step back.
That happened to Cam in his career.
Cam Newton?
He went JUCO, I think.
You talking about Cam Newton?
Yeah, and he went.
Yeah, he went JUCO.
Yeah,
he won the national championship at JUCO. He won the national championship at the Power 5 also.
So that Komani can step back and then come back. Beast out somewhere. Let his body fill in there. You know what I'm saying, and then become a beast, and then come back and finish his career off, because he's a sophomore going to be a junior next year. And he's not playing football, guys. So I don't know. I mean, I don't think he's backing up anybody like some of these guys do, that he's going to step in when somebody leaves. No, I think that coach, I think he sees the writing on the wall. That's why he leaves practice and go to the game. I know I'm laughing, but it's not funny. I'm trying to keep, respect the idea and how I've covered Cormani. I'm trying to keep that same energy. I'm not trying to disparage him, but this whole thing could have been avoided. All that.
But we were mad at Coach when Coach was saying he's not ready yet. Let's be honest, including you, Harry. You was like, why aren't you letting him play? He's 5-star. So Coach kind of had a reason not to let him play yet.
Go ahead, Ron.
Harry, I think I think his family had a lot to do with his attitude and decision making,
and that money too, man.
And I think that drives some people. I'm not saying that was driving them, but that drives some people, and figuring that his evaluation would change if he got more playing time, more money would come in, and they were really pushing that on him.
And going to the SEC too.
But I'm telling you that to resuscitate his career as a man of faith, if Prime had an opportunity to bring him back, I think it would be his responsibility to bring him back and to turn that man.
Why would you put that on Prime?
Because he preaches, or he lives as a man of faith, a man of God, and that's what God does. Not for the culture, not for the community, not for the university, but to save a life. That kid is struggling. That kid is having a bunch of issues. That kid is dealing with pressure that he's never dealt with before in his life, and he doesn't have a clue on what to do. And there's no one giving him good advice.
I did.
But he created his own.
It doesn't matter what he created. He was a
That's true.
17-year-old, 18-year-old kid.
Actually,
with no ability to make a good decision, and it was evident that he had no ability to make a good decision because he wasn't making good decisions.
And guys, let me say this about child stars as well, man. There's one thing that you guys don't understand about being thrown into that limelight, being thrown into being a star when you don't know what's going on or how the universe treats stars. That stuff is a lot of pressure. It ain't something that any of y'all can predict is going to happen. Like if you think you know what it feels like for the whole world to know your name and to know you, and you know how to deal with that as a child, I don't think anybody on this panel can predict what they're going to do.
That's hard. Let me say this, Harry. He had the wrong people in his ear. Prime was trying to be in his ear, and unfortunately, I mean, I don't know his whole perspective of what's going on with his mother, but he had the wrong people in his ear, and because of that, he chose a different route, which made him make a different decision and say, hey, I'm going somewhere else because I'm being treated wrong here. I mean, I heard the story that Shiloh did something to him or something, but I don't know if that's true or not. But because he had so much negative aspect in his the beginning part of his career in college, excuse me, he didn't understand that they were trying to build him, and instead, because he started out broken, and he didn't want to be built up that way.
But one of the biggest reasons why that decision was made was because of money. Now, at the time where Cormani McLean, his name, he was such a hot commodity, he was such a hot product that I think some of the people in his ear, like you're saying, CU fan, they started to get a little giddy, and they started to do like that UNLV quarterback. They started to do that. They'll hire agents who will start evaluating what's going on and your value, because remember now, he wore green on that video. So he thought that Dan Lanning was going to actually pick him up. He tried to align with Dan Lanning by saying, I don't want to play for clicks and views, right? So he wore the colors, said what Dan Lanning said and everything. Oregon never smelled him because Oregon was actually one of the teams that wanted him out of Florida. So he thought, I'm sure his agent or whoever was part of that conversation behind the scenes, that money, once you smell that money, it becomes a poison for you. And I think that he got poison in his ear when he thought that teams were going to be clamoring to pick him up once he got into that portal. But he learned the hard way because the second he got into that portal, it went quiet for him quick. Like nobody wanted to touch that.
But I just want to push back one.
His high school coach came out against and saying, "Hey man, that kid was he has bad practices. He doesn't listen to people. He thinks he's over everything." So that money got into you know what I'm saying? That money got into his ear, and then that money poisoned the whole conversation. And then that whole agent situation that he got, and they started taking deals and stuff like that. You think that those deals are still on the table when he's not playing and nothing's happening? That's why he wants to come back, because the money dried up.
I think he was getting 20 a month or something like that.
Yes, he got an agent and he was getting deals because he was still hot. Remember, the fan and the money only blows. It comes your way when you're hot. If you're not hot no more, you got to refan that. So he got to come back so everybody can start making those videos for him one more time, get hot again, get his money back up, and then he can do whatever he wants to do. But right now, the money is dried up. So there ain't no money coming in. So guess what? That agent is probably gone.
He probably owed taxes too.
That's what I'm saying. He probably used all the money. Whoever's in this corner, they have used all that money. That money is dried up. And now he has no more money because you remember he was in a $30,000 apartment in Boulder.
He tripping.
A $30,000 apartment in Boulder, bro. So you spending money like that? Come on, my guy. That money doesn't last when you're not hot. You're not even dressing for games, bro.
Okay, let me ask Harry. Let me ask you in the panel this.
Yeah.
What is the best thing for Kamani? What is the best?
You gotta go to D2.
He should D2.
You got to go to D2 and beast out. If you really like that, if you are a real true 5-star that we try to defend, like, oh my gosh, we can't believe why they dropped him. Remember, On3 dropped his rating. You gotta go to D2, beast out for a year, and get your interest back up, because right now he has zero interest for anybody or anything. So you go back to D2 and you beast out. Show that you can still play the game of football at the higher level. And then once you garner interest again, then come back again and reset your life. That's it.
Hey, Ron.
I agree with Harry on this because of the fact that I don't know if his plan is to redshirt, but he needs to redshirt this year and then go down and, like he said, ball out, and then come back a second year and just basically show him, hey, this is my work. I'm capable of doing it.
Right, but at that time he'll be more mature. His body would have filled in. He would have, done a lot of hitting. Right now, he's not no game speed. When Kamani does those little videos, he's going backwards two steps. That's not game speed. That's me. I'm trying to play for clicks and views. I'm just trying to show y'all that I can still go backwards. Like, are you kidding? So he needs to go down to D2 and ball out if he can. Or the question I got for y'all, do y'all agree with On3 dropping his star, that he wasn't a real true star, a true 5-star? And do y'all believe that his game is good enough to ball out at the power 4 level?
Mentally, he's not ready. Physically, he might be ready.
I am with East Coast Kev. We should put Harry B in the portal, because at this point, you making an argument for Kamani that ain't making no sense. And for everyone who's wanting to use the
Tell me why it don't make sense.
Because I don't think he's at that place. Sometimes, all right, let me give you up. Man, personally, man, I grew up
where
doing
is East Coast Kev?
Pretty evil things as a legit. And it took me being broken to change, bro. And I come from a very good family. I'm an only child. Yeah, I got degrees and all of that. Now, I did not have to do the ignorant stuff I did. And I think a lot of times we make excuses for kids thinking that consequences aren't a part of life. And some of us are saying, and we're using this religious angle, is like, man, he at best could go JUCO, but if the mentality doesn't change, JUCO does not help him.
Well, no.
I
I'll
don't
push
think
back.
he's at
Let me push back on
where
that because a lot of
he's
programs.
broken.
Hold on. Let me push back and let me tell you why. A lot of programs are not like Prime, who don't care about talent. They care about the person. Prime he builds character, and he has hey, I don't care how good you are. If you're not going to watch tape, if you're not going to do the things that I'm asking you to do, I don't care how talented you are. I would take the L and keep building the right way. A lot of other programs like the D2s and the other programs, those guys, a lot of those coaches are just trying to win so they can get their job they can get a coordinator job with a better program. So a lot of them don't have the same, they don't carry the same weight that Coach Prime carries. All right. So those guys want talent.
What does D2 miss, Harry?
What
is D2 missing though? What are
they missing? What do you mean? What are they missing?
They're missing visibility. Visibility.
Right, so you put that on the field and you relax a lot of the other things. You see what I'm saying? You gotta relax. You can't be telling a lot of a dude that's balling out. You can't say, "Oh, I need you." You're talking when I'm talking, so I don't know what you're saying. What are you saying?
I'm saying you are saying that will help him, right? I am saying the way how NIL is, and you said he was doing it for money. He's not at that mental place to understand if he goes to D2. He's not on TV. All the videos still don't have no merit. He has to love football. That is the point I'm making. I don't think Kamani loves football. I think Kamani is an amazing elite, and he has the ability to play, and we love what we saw.
I don't know if I agree with that anymore. Football. I don't think he has the skill. I don't agree that he has the skill.
I think he's a better wide receiver. I'll say that.
I'm telling you, I don't think Kwamani is like that. I'm starting to change. And Ron, please get me out of here if I need to be out of here. But I truly don't believe that Kwamani is D1 talent. I don't think he's D1 talent. I think he's good.
Harry, no, stop.
Okay.
Stop.
All right,
back up the leg.
Because I was about to go in.
All of those pundits that rate those defensive football players every year rated Kamani as a 5-star.
Yeah, but
and my favorite YouTuber in the very beginning wanted the no-fly zone. Kamani on one side and Travis on the other. So no, I'm not going to let you commit that perjury that you were just saying, because you knew, just like I did, that this kid had talent. He needed to get. His problem is his head.
Oh man!
And the people, his head and his ears, and the people that are in his ear. Pause
on his problem is his head. First of all,
right, because I believe the guy could be a great player.
All right, so let me. All right, so I would take it back. He's talented, but if he is talented, then I ask the question: if he's that talented, why is he not beasting out at Florida?
Yeah, because he's going in as a walk-on. He's not going in.
No, because
he's
I don't believe
third string.
No, I don't.
Yeah, but Harry, if he's not
guess what?
String, that
guess
means
what?
Don't
Charlie Offerdall was a walk-on, and Coach Prime saw him play and said, "You know what? This guy can play." And he started. I know don't give me your Charlie stories. I'm just saying, walk-on doesn't mean
okay.
Hey, walk-on does not mean that you're not a good football player. Walk-on just means that you needed a different route to get to the team. That's all that it means. If you can play. If you have the talent to play, you should be killing those Florida boys because that's where you're from. You played against those same guys that are on those teams, and you are a 5-star, a true 5-star. So if those same Florida boys are out there playing with you and you are on the prep team, you should be cooking them to try to get to the first team or at least the second team or at least get a uniform.
Let me say this, Harry.
You could
why
cook
does he
them and
not
you
have
don't
a
know the playbook.
uniform?
Let me
You
say this,
can you
Harry.
cook somebody and you don't know the
I-
playbook? Go ahead, see you.
Okay.
Let me eat some of my chips because y'all got me stirred up. I'm ready.
All right. Look, here's my opinion on why he's still not playing. Okay. One, he's not ready. The reason he's not ready is
When will
because
he be ready?
mentally,
The guy is almost a junior.
mentally, he's still not there. I mean, his body, I don't know how much he's been taking care of his body because I haven't seen any pictures of him actually working out or anything, but mentally he's still not there. The fact that he went into the CU game, took a picture, posted it, and then took it off because, some things started being said, tells me he's not ready mentally because he's still thinking of other things. Like if I was Kermani and I was saying things like what he did back when he was at CU, hey, I'm coming to Florida and I'm going to make sure that people understand that I'm here for Florida. But instead, he's still making the mental mistakes that hindered him back in CU. So mentally, he's not going to be ready.
Did y'all see the photo that he posted? He was sitting far back.
Yeah.
Like he was in the stands, like on the third row.
He didn't got no money. He couldn't afford on the floor seat. The fight
the money dried up. He was not on the 50-yard line like a celebrity that he is or that he was. Bruh, the dude was sitting so far back. Bruh, a bird almost took his phone for. Okay, I'm trolling
Harry,
now.
chill out.
Prime said specifically, I honestly hope, and not in these exact words, but I honestly hope he goes to a place where he's going to be taken care of, where he's going to be actually successful, because he mentally was not successful at CU, and unfortunately, it doesn't seem like it's happening at Florida.
All right, but look, CU fan, let me say this.
So CU
we've been making this one excuse. Hold on. Let me say this. We've been making this excuse for Kwamani since he arrived. He got there late. He started messing around. Now watching tape, and we've been, he's a young man. He's a young man. Oh, please give him a chance. He's a young man. We're still making that. The dude is almost out of college. He is one and a half year out of college. And we're still saying he's a young man. Like, when is he going to be ready? Come on. Like, what are we talking about here?
He's going to be ready right now. This is why the perspective of what we were talking about, and I've agreed with you, he needs to go down to D2 because of the fact that he needs to. No, this is year 2 for him, I believe.
Well, but like after this season is year number 3. But he's
that's why I say he needs to redshirt.
We're going to be like, he's not ready.
He needs to redshirt. He needs to redshirt.
I mean, he was going to redshirt anyway.
Well, it hasn't said. I mean, of course, I would redshirt if I was in this position. But
DC is killing me. Kwamani was sitting so high, a hawk swooped down and took his corn dog.
Oh man, you're going. But CU fan, you are right. You have the right heart for the kids. We're not discrediting that at all. I think your heart's in the right place. But all we are saying is, but my point is, I think he's amazing talent. It just doesn't seem like he loved the game.
I'm sorry, but I question the amazing talent part. I'm sorry, but I got to start questioning that. I don't believe that no more, guys. I don't believe that Kwamani is amazing talent anymore.
I think it's a love thing. If he really loved the game, he would have went to Florida and showed out and go back to Prime and said, "You gave me 3 last time. I want 6."
Yeah, I don't believe that he has the talent like you're saying. I don't believe that no more. You got to show me now. You go to Florida. You're supposed to go to Florida as a walk-on, and you're supposed to beast out. You're supposed to lay low, because all of the things that you listed in your video, in that green shirt video, you said, I want to go to a program that's going to develop me. I don't think it gets any better than the SEC. Can y'all agree? The SEC is the pinnacle of college football. You're in the SEC program now, where development happens for guys. We had on a show here where people said that the SEC had their own nutritional programs. Y'all, somebody came. I think it was one of my guys. It was Love and Liberty or somebody came on here and said that the SEC, these guys, they have special nutritional doctors that prepare their bodies a little different. I don't forget stuff. If that is the case, and he is now at the best of the best of the best,
That's
the SEC, if he is there and he's getting that development, why is he not being heard of, and why does he not have a jersey?
Well, I mean,
He's a 5-star, guys. 5-star.
Hey,
Komani could not start on a 1-11 team.
No, forget about that. He got on the field. Hey, go ahead, Tim.
No, I was just gonna say that when you go into certain schools like University of Miami, I can use LSU because I went there. Alabama, Auburn. Most of these schools, for the most part, have nutritionists, but they have different supplements to help these guys get a lot bigger, a lot stronger. Every school has a little bit more than the other school to develop the body frame of an athlete. So
yeah, Georgia have a sports medicine section. I know that for a fact.
Yeah. University of Miami do as well. LSU do as well. Alabama does as well. Georgia as well. But what I'm saying, only person at the end of the day, the only person that's holding Cormoney McClain back is himself.
Didn't Coach Prime say that, Tim?
Yeah, he did. At the end of the day, that's the only thing that's stopping him from being great. And if it was my son, I'd tell him, hey man, you may want to jump down to D2. You may want to go to HBCU. I would go to Jackson State if I was him, honestly.
Or Grambling.
My thing is, all right, look, man. If you got the talent, then bro, go to like you're saying, go to a D2 and go prove it again, and then come up. If the talent was there, because keep in mind that Jordan Seaton.
The talent isn't there, Harry. Stop saying that.
You said the talent isn't there, is not there?
It's not there. When but
isn't that what I'm saying? I don't believe no more.
Yeah, you can be. Let me just drop this jewel in your pocket.
That's what I said. I said the talent not there no more.
You can be a 5-star. You can be a 4-star. That does not matter when you move to college. The game is a lot faster. The guys are a lot stronger and physical. Just because you were the man in high school, you're not playing against that type of talent each and every Friday. You may be going up against a fluke. So now you're going up against faster kids, bigger kids from different parts of the country. Just because you're the man here don't necessarily mean that you're going to be the man when you get there. Because there's other talent coming from other places around the United States that just as better, if not better.
But let's put it this way. The Alabama number 2 for Alabama. Freshman. Freshman. True freshman. I don't even know if he's a 5-star. Okay.
Running back.
Number 17.
2, the wide receiver.
I mean the one that's 17.
The 17-year-old number 2. There's 2 number 2s. One on offense, one on defense.
I know you're talking about.
Okay. True freshman, 17 years old. Can ball his butt off, right?
Yeah.
The talent is there. So let's say he was a knucklehead that had to go somewhere else. You put that boy in the field, and he will eat your dogs alive.
He will.
He will. Hands down. No questions asked. Now, I know Cormoney's situation was okay. He had a bad situation. He had to go somewhere else. And he had to just change the fact that he went there, but he was a walk-on. If Cormoney was a true 5-star, like we all say he is, Cormoney should be somewhere on the depth chart, either a 3rd string or 4th string, at least be on the piece of paper. I know that Florida is an SEC school, but they're not no good right now. You can't tell me a true. Okay, maybe I should step back and tell you the research. Hold on. Let me not lose my thoughts. Let me draw back a second and tell you the video that I made on the research that I made about the different stars and what it means. Because I think the argument that we're making, some people don't understand what the 5-star really means. The 5-star, according to 247 Sports and how they break down the stars, the 5-star is almost like a generational talent that does not come along all the time. Within every recruiting class, you only get 32 5-stars. That is the same equivalent, right? The same equivalent of the NFL teams. You get 32 5-stars. Those are the creme de la creme of one class. All right. The rest are going to be 4 stars, 3 stars. The 3-star is where you find your meaty football players. Pause. Right. That's where you get your general football players is in the 3-star category. All right. But the 5-star is above the rest. So when you get a 5-star, that is a transcending player that is ready to go. According to 247 Sports, a 5-star is ready to go on day one. Day number 1, he's a ready-to-go player. He's a plug-and-play player. That's a 5-star. That is according to the research that I did. All right? So now, if you're telling me that Cormani McClain was a 5-star DB coming out of high school, a true 5-star DB, he should be able to go to any team, because he was being recruited by Oregon, Florida State. I think it was Florida State or Miami. He was being recruited by all of these people. So he should be able to go to these teams and develop naturally and be able to play. By the time he gets to almost his junior year, this guy should be ready to go. He's a 5-star. But no jersey, not even on the second team. He played for Colorado. He got some snaps. So you're telling me that this guy, this 5-star, I just broke it down for you.
But the 5-star,
this 5-star cannot get a jersey on a sorry Florida team, on a team that is losing to everybody.
He didn't make Colorado either. That's the point.
No. He played for Colorado. He had a jersey. He got on the field, and we saw him
with pressure.
No, listen to what I'm saying. Don't just talk to just talk. He played on the field for Colorado. At Florida, he doesn't have a jersey. A 5-star with no jersey? No way.
Kamari got in.
That's not a 5-star. A 5-star with no jersey is not a 5-star, bro.
Hey, Harry, I'm telling you that there's more to what's going on down in Florida.
Maybe there is.
Maybe there is. Him not performing. I'm telling you that there's no way, and I've seen it happen. I have. You know, you can take a good player and you can bury them if you don't like them, or if you want to seek revenge. Florida was one of the teams he turned his back on when he committed to CU.
Right.
And you know, people.
And University of Miami as well.
And
so wait,
you know,
you're saying this is a coach thing?
For all the reasons that you stated about Florida, is all the more reason that they need to do their best to try to get him on the field. But it's not that. It's not that. You can't tell me that all those pundits that evaluate high school talent every single year got it wrong with Camardi.
Okay.
He has
so if
the
it
talent.
didn't, then that means the same thing is still going on. But Florida is not as forthcoming with information like Coach Prime is.
Well,
so we're not going to hear anything.
They're not going to do that.
So that means that means he's not watching tape. That means he's not showing up to practice on time. That means he's not doing the things the basic things that the coach is asking for. He's not doing those things.
I think that's an assumption. That's an assumption.
No. But it can't be anything. It cannot be nothing, right? It cannot be nothing. It's either got to be his play is not working, or he's not doing what the coaches are asking. It can't just be nothing.
We've been making assumptions all day.
Right. So the assumptions have to line up with what's going on. It has to be either the coaches are tired of his shenanigans, his prima donna attitude, and he's not doing what he needs to do. Maybe because he feels some kind of way that he's a 5-star, but he's not getting the type of respect that he thinks he should be getting.
Y'all blame everybody but Kamani. I keep listening. Y'all blame his mom.
I'm saying Kamani needs help. I'm saying he needs help. And man, I mean, if you understand the mentality of that, let me just give you one situation on the reason why I say he needs help.
What does he need help with that everybody don't need?
Let me just explain this to you.
Is he
I
lost?
busted my butt many years ago, and I was fortunate enough, by the grace of God, to sign a contract. The first phone call I made home to my immediate family, the first thing. Now I'm icing up, trying to hide a strained hamstring because I'm a young kid from an HBCU that's being given a chance, and I sign one of two guys that signed out of 1,200 people. And listen, the first thing that my family asked for was money. You know how depressing with that phone call. When I got off the phone call, I was so depressed I couldn't study. I couldn't even think. So when you're a young kid and you being, I mean, I'm not trying to make an excuse. I'm just saying someone needs to take this kid.
You're making an excuse for money.
No, I'm not making an excuse for him. I'm just saying what
you are doing, Ron, is you are putting your experiences on him.
Right. I'm not putting my experiences on him. What I'm saying, I'm speaking from experience when I make my point that the kid.
You're projecting right now.
Yeah,
well,
but
no, I'm not projecting. I'm saying that, and I've always said that the kid needs help between his ears.
But how much more help does he need than everybody else?
I don't know if he's even gotten any help.
What do you mean? Coach Brown tried to help him.
Oh no! Listen, that was I'm talking about since he learned his lesson from leaving Coach Prime.
What lesson have been learned?
What kind of lesson should he have learned?
Explain it to me like I'm 5.
Yeah. Explain it to me like I'm 2 years old. What lesson has he learned?
Go ahead.
I have had no conversation with Carmani, nor the coaches at Florida.
We're just pandering.
Just giving your intuition. What you think he learned?
My intuition is telling me that he needs help. The kid needs help.
What kind of help and how much help does he need?
He's got talent. You all
Dylan Edwards was a freshman. Jordan Speedy was a freshman.
All the pundits said that he has the talent. So what is the issue? You're not studying. You're not working hard in practice. You're smoking.
I don't think he has the talent.
You're smoking marijuana. You're not working hard, not doing all the things you need to do. That is someone that is walking in fog, walking through you're not looking at the sun. Definitely not the Son of God.
So
at this point, I don't believe he has the talent.
Wait, Harry. Look, let him finish.
I agree with what you're saying, but the phrase that keeps coming into my head is you can lead a horse to the water, but you can't force it to drink. Like you could put all these people in front of him to help him, but if the man is not wanting to accept the help, then you can't do anything about it.
Right.
I understand that.
And you don't believe that Florida, Billy Napier, even though his job is in jeopardy, you don't believe that guy tried to say, hey man, these are the criterias. Come to practice, show up on time. You don't believe anybody's doing that for him?
I don't know. I'm waiting for the documentary. I
feel like yes, I feel like they're doing it, but they're not
the help that he needs. I don't know.
This is a different kind of help. Hey, Ron, this must be some kind of different help you're talking about. Maybe psychological help.
Understand?
I'm talking about psychological help, Harry. That's what I'm talking about 100%.
Then this is not football then. Then we're not talking about football no more.
I'm talking, he can't play football if he doesn't have his head screwed on right.
Okay, then let's forget about this kid being a talented football player because he's a loose goose. I mean, you can't be at a 5-star level. You can't be at this level and you a loose goose. Like you can't. You gotta have some type of level-headedness to you.
He doesn't
if you don't have that, then what are we talking about?
The kid is lost.
Ron.
He's lost. I understand what. Listen, I understand what all of you are saying, but what I'm saying is, someone has to grab this kid by the collar and say, "Look, this is your life. Look down in that sewer.
They
That's
have
your life.
done that.
That's where you're headed."
They have done that.
Ron.
This kid has gotten more than that.
Wait, Harry. If Florida State hire you as a consultant and Carmani is a project, what are you implementing for him to rise? Because you are saying
day number one, what are you implementing?
The very first day that I'm going to line up for him is a tutor for each one of his classes.
He ain't got no problem with classes. He's smart.
Right. He's a smart kid. I'm going to
so he ain't got no class problem.
Classes. And I'm going to bring him in and I'm going to give him a schedule that he has to apply by every 3 days. I want him
every single college football team at the Power 4 level has that already.
But Ron, you are athlete, man. You know that
you're just prescribing the basic stuff that they have at the colleges
already.
Am
I gone or what?
Bro?
Hey, Ron, you're still there, but you're just saying the basic stuff that the colleges already have for him. You have not said anything new. Nothing new.
Different.
Nothing special or different. You said the basic stuff.
That's what I'm gonna implement. Okay. That's what I'm gonna implement for him.
The basic stuff.
I'm gonna implement for him to see a counselor twice a week.
Colorado had that. Let me tell you.
Until
remember
he feels that he had.
Hey Ron, Ron, your audio is breaking up. Coach, but let me tell you something.
Brought the counselors in.
Hold on. Right. Hey, do you remember what's his name? Tyler Brown. Tyler Brown on his tape. The reason why he went to Colorado. Hold on, Ron. 1 second. Tyler Brown said the reason why he went to Colorado is because he was having mental health issues and he didn't have the type of help that he needed. So he went to Colorado because Colorado had those psychological, the therapists and everything that he needed mentally for him to be able to focus on football. So that's there already. So everything you're saying, having a class schedule, having the therapist there, the psychologist there, Prime has that set up at CU already.
Harry,
so what else can you do for this kid?
Comment. Pin Lance Turner comment.
Huh?
No, I was telling Harry to pin Lance Turner comment. Go ahead, Ron. You can respond.
Lance Turner says, Komani has a fundamental issue of lack of confidence. Matching up with other players shows his flaws. Not a Colorado or Coach Prime problem. He needs counseling for more serious issues. That's what Ron is saying. He needs counseling for more serious issues. But guess what? The type of counseling that we're talking about, Colorado has that for him. They had it for Tyler Brown, and they have it for other players who need the mental health help that they need. It's there. But again, like CU fan says, hey man, if I give you all of these and it's right at your disposal and you don't want it and you don't use it, and then you go out and you hire an agent and your mom and everybody is telling you this is what you need to do, and you're listening to the wrong people, what is it that the schools can do? They can't do anything. Like that's not his parents. So I don't understand what else is supposed to be done for this kid at the extent of not adapting him as a son.
No, listen, I'm not talking about where he was a year ago. I'm talking about where he is now.
Where do you think he is?
But you keep telling me he's different, Ron. You keep telling us
you said he learned his lesson already. So we're asking you, what lesson has he learned, and to what extent has he learned that lesson?
I'm hoping, I don't know to what extent. I've never had a conversation with Kamani. Never had a conversation with any of the coaches that he is playing for. I have not. So I don't know what his state of mind. I'm making an assumption of where he is, meeting him where he is now, assuming that he wants to continue on in the life that he had hoped for when he left his high school.
Well, Ron,
he knows that the life that he lived in high school can't translate into the Division I football or the rest of his life. So I'm hoping and praying that he learned a lesson. I don't want to throw the kid out. You all are saying, okay, he screwed up. Forget him. Move on.
No, we're not at that extreme level. I think Harry is making fun of the situation.
No, every last one of you who's spoken about Kamani have said that, have given your point of view on why even the Florida coach, move on from him. Let him go. Let him fall.
Hey, Ron.
I don't agree with that.
This is the thing, Ron. I would say this. When we ask you to define what would help him, you couldn't add anything to the conversation.
Right, you're not adding anything new.
And it came down.
But
It
at
came,
that time,
wait, let me finish, Ron. Let me finish.
we're
And it came down
okay, go
to
ahead.
a morality thing and religion. But then when you paint God like that, you omit that God is a God of consequence. Moses was charged to lead the people into Canaan, and because he was disobedient and the pressures of the people, he struck the rock. He did not get to go in.
That's
even
right.
after he prayed, even after he asked God. So stop making God seem like he's always all just. It's
Yeah,
really
this weak God that just allow anybody to
listen,
do whatever they want to do.
guys, hey, listen, let me say this. Let me say this. You cannot paint God into a box. He is who he is, and he is what he say he is. Don't paint him in a box to fit your argument. And I don't believe in religion.
No, but
religion at all.
I think the point that Panda was making is that we look at one side of God where you will look at the hippie. Hold on, let me finish. You look at one side of God and you will look at the hippie, and God is all love, right? So that's their excuse that they can just do whatever they want to do, and God is all love, right? Because from their standpoint, God is all loving. So if God is love, then I can do what I want to do, and I can just say God is love because God loves me, and who are you to judge me? God loves me the way that I am, so I can stay in doing what I want to do. Kwamani, on the other hand, people are reaching out. God is sending the boat, but he's turning the boat down. Every time God sends another man to help him, he turns it down. So at a certain point, what Panda is saying, at a certain point, God ain't going to just keep, hey, man, all right, God's going to teach you a lesson. He's going to be, all right, I'm going to pull back everything, and I'm going to let you fall because that's what you need in order for you to learn. It can't always be, oh, let's just give him another chance. He's a little boy. Let's just give him another chance. The dude is almost 20-something years old. Like, come on. When is he going to learn this? I got family members that I've been talking to forever, and every time you help them, they go right back to the same situation. You help them again, right back to the same situation. I can pray, but I can't keep doing that because you're bringing me down. I'm sorry.
Okay. But this is the point, Harry. You talked about the number of times that you helped someone and they disappointed you. I'm not going to get into that because that was your choice. But I'm going to say once again, don't paint God into a box that God is a God of.
It was not a painting. It was not a painting. It was showing you a different side of God. It was an attempt to show you other sides, not necessarily painting a picture. It was to say that God has also done the same thing where he's saying, okay, I've given you enough help. I'm going to pull back my help because you are not learning the lesson. He does that with all of us. It's not to say that you're painting and you're telling that God is only this one way. We're just trying to let you know that there is also another God that will say, hey, listen, you're being a knucklehead. It's not always second chance. God is not always second chance or 10th chance, 20th chance, 3,000 chances. It's not going to be forever chances.
I don't know how many chances, but when Adam and Eve
77 times 7.
Yeah, that's what 7 times 70. How about that?
No, that's 77 times 7.
And that's just one day. 7 times 70.
I know, but that's not. I don't think that's what Panda was saying. Panda was just saying, let's not try to paint God in the way that you're painting.
I'm not doing that.
But you're also painting God as this forever forgiveness God.
I'm not doing that, and I don't want you guys to twist my words at all. When I'm you use that for Camardi, and we both can't talk at the same time. We both can't talk at the same time.
So I'm saying, if you're using God in that context, explain it so me and Harry don't miss.
I'm trying to explain it, but if you would be kind enough when someone starts talking to allow them to talk like we always do.
There you go now. Go ahead.
Okay, my point that I'm making, Harry, is at his mindset where he is now, he needs help. When he was at CU, the kid was lost. He did not hard-headed. He didn't want to listen. He didn't want to listen. Yes, Moses didn't go into the promised land, but why was Satan trying to fight for his body? Why was Satan trying to take charge of Moses if he wasn't still under God's care, even after he was denied
entrance into the promised land. See, it's easy to take comments and statements and use them for an argument, but the only thing I am saying is the best thing for Kamani is to take his butt with his tail between his legs back to CU, because I believe Coach Prime is a man that genuinely cares, and that Kamani would go back humbled and willing to learn from a master.
Okay, I'm with you.
That's my point of view.
Okay, good.
What evidence is there to support that?
Hold on,
Kamani
hold on. Because we're dominating the conversation with Kamani things. Listen. I'm with you. Remember, I said there were two ways to look at this. One way is the moral route. The other way is the business route. If Coach Prime has the personal, he has that personal thing that he can make a decision and say, all right, I'm going to take the personal route and I'm going to save this young man. All right. And then the other way is just to say, okay, is Kamani going to be able to help my team? You got to look at it from that standpoint as well. Can he help this team? And if Coach Prime finds that Kamani is lengthy as a DB, and he's going to be able to listen to Prime the second time around and do that, and he can help the team, then yeah, we're bringing back on. But again, that has to be evaluated. If you're looking at it from the business standpoint, you got to evaluate it. Do you really believe that Kamani has the talent? If you really believe that Kamani is that 5-star, if you really believe that, then I believe under Napier, Kamani should be on that piece of paper that said depth chart. The depth chart is what I think is 3 or 4 people that can fit on there, from the first string all the way down to the 4th string. Maybe it's 5. I don't know. You guys are the football guys. You can tell me. All right. But if it's 4 people and Kamani McLean as a former 5-star cannot fit on that depth chart, then I don't know that it's a good business decision to bring on a guy that can't even make a 4-man roster. A 4-man roster. That guy is not talented. I don't know how if Coach Prime still believes that he can still play, then fine, bring him on. But you can't even get dressed, bro, on a terrible Florida team. Florida is gassed this year.
Harry, can I ask this question?
Yeah. All right. That's the question. We got to move on to the restaurant.
Ron, if you bring him back to CU, are you bringing him back and taking a scholarship as a dog that somebody really wants to be there, or you bringing him back as a walk-on? Because you are the one who's
that's a good question. That's a good question.
Moral aspect of it. So do Coach Prime, who is trying to be a dominant force in football and to get to the playoffs, is he going to bring him back as a walk-on, or you are going to sacrifice his scholarship, Mr. Ron?
I would bring him back as a preferred walk-on.
Okay, we can move on.
I don't even know about preferred.
No, Harry, stop. Harry, I know what you're doing. Stop. Next topic. Stop.
Hey, Ron, I've lost all hope. Can you tell? I have lost all hope.
I have a good heart, man.
No, I've lost all hope for that kid because I feel like it's self-imploding. I feel like people are helping him, but I don't know that he wants to help. And it's hard for you to help somebody that does not want to be helped.
And it's easy when you don't have the information. It's easy to say that you're not accepting help when you're falling. It's easy to say that. But the evidence is there, right? The evidence is there. Bro, how many Florida Gators were at that UCF game?
Harry, stop. You going to get you.
No, I don't know.
That's what I'm saying. He was there and he was posting about it on a game day on a Saturday. Saturday is a game day for all college football teams, right?
Was that a bye week for Florida, or were they playing?
I don't know.
Somebody said in the comments it was a bye week. I wasn't sure.
That's my point.
Okay.
I knew it was a bye week. Okay, so it's a bye week and he went. All right, so we give him that. It was a bye week. Okay, that's fine. It was a bye week. He went, but my guy, you don't post about it.
Harry, you can huff and puff in front of all these guys, but I know your heart.
I know how you really feel about
You
Kamari.
know how I
And
feel about that kid. That's my little brother.
And
But guess what?
And you
There
cannot
comes a certain
change.
point. Listen. I've been watching The Walking Dead, right? I've been watching The Walking Dead for so long now. Like I've been binging it because I think I'm in season 6 or season 4 or season 5 or something like that. There comes a certain point when you've been trying to help somebody forever, and then you get to a certain point where you're just like, man, like, bro, like what again? Like, come on, bro. You gotta just let go and let God. That's all you can do. You got to let go. The second that you say, oh, let me take you back in, then mess up again. The second you do it again, then mess up again. So you just got to let go and then let God take over. Because a lot of us try to play savior. When you play savior with somebody who does not want to be saved, you end up messing up what God is trying to do in their lives. That person needs to fall flat. God is trying to let that person fall flat, and you keep picking them up. And you're not supposed to pick them up. It's not your job to pick him up. They're going to be okay. Kwamani is smart. Maybe football is not his thing. So Kwamani is smart. So God needs to let him fall and then show him his true destiny. Because he's a man of God also. So if God shows him his true destiny, this is where I want you to be at. Because all of us, okay, you think I didn't make no mistakes? I could have been somewhere in film.
Facts.
I was working with Marcus Johnson. What's the name? At Three Keys Music in Silver Spring, Maryland. Marcus, that's the Bob Johnson's nephew. All right. Some things happened, and like the video that I made for him, they didn't go the right way. I could have been working with him and working with all his artists. So he had to call other guys in to produce his music videos. The guy that he called in, Kirk, has went on to produce videos with what's the girl name that was with Biggie? What's the girl name with Biggie Smalls?
Lil' Kim.
Lil' Kim. So Kirk went out, produced videos with Lil' Kim and other and Rough Riders and everything, and I'm right there. Me and Kirk say he's a little younger than me. So Kirk goes off big in Hollywood now. Where am I at?
At Diddy party.
Hey, you ain't talking about Kurt Frank, are you?
That's right.
I'm telling you,
for being disobedient, Harry.
Hey, it is what it is.
Is it Kurt Frost?
Kirk Frazier.
Oh, Kurt Frazier.
He's a director. He's a filmmaker just like me. But him and now, I went on his set when he was shooting a video with Biz Markie and stuff like that in Maryland. But our destiny is our destiny. God would pull back and he would say, no, I want you to go over here. So maybe football is not his thing. I don't know. Maybe film is not my thing. I have no idea. But did I have opportunities? Yes, I did. I'm telling you, I had opportunities. It could have just one little spark and I would have been out there. Just one little spark. But maybe
Harry,
I had a different thing for me.
You can use the example of Tim Tebow. I mean, he made it to the NFL, and that wasn't God's plan. He's a minister now.
Right.
He does speeches too. He get paid a lot, and his speeches are good, bro. Like they really good, bro.
Right. Maybe God is pulling Kwamani in a different direction, and he needs to fall flat and stop trying to catch him when God is trying to do the thing that he's supposed to do. Let him go. Let him fall flat. Because when you do fall flat, then you get it and it clicks. But every time somebody goes, oh, Kwamani, he's just a young kid. Somebody catch him. Or he's just a young guy's like, put your hands down. I'm trying to let this ball fall so I can direct his path. Put your hands down, Ron. Get your hands out the way. Stop trying to catch him.
Harry, that sounds good, but I just want to say this.
I'm just saying, I didn't say it's the truth. I'm just saying maybe.
I just want to say this, that God's thoughts are not our thoughts.
Exactly.
So we can say what we want, but
but the Bible
if
also
God,
gives us examples.
God can take a man who's prosecuting Christians and turn him into one of the
most prolific Christians in Paul. Yes, I get it.
What happened for that to happen?
Face of the earth, then
what
anybody and everybody stands.
What occurred?
Listen, Ron, I get it. Listen,
that thing.
Listen, I get it.
His sight.
We're not trying to let you know. We're not trying to say this is emphatically what's happening. But again, just like everything that we treat on this show, we try to add a narrative to it to make our point. All right. So there's no one point that is correct. We don't know. We're just giving our opinions based on what we see and what we think is going on behind the scenes. We don't know for sure, but obviously the truth is going to come out one day. Maybe he will let out the truth. We're not going to get the whole truth, but again, for what we're seeing, people are trying. Coach Prime tried, all right, and a lot of people are trying behind the scenes to try to let this young man, people are trying behind the scenes to let this young man know that they care. All right. So I'm just saying there's a lot going on that we need to understand that it's not like Cormani is the only freshman out here that needed help. Like people are trying to help this kid. All right. So anyways, all right, guys.
Harry, if that's not enough, I got one last thing, and then I'll let you all have it.
Okay.
I want Cormani back and Bishop Thomas.
I'll take Bishop Thomas. You can keep Cormani.
Before
you can keep Cormani. I want Bishop. Bishop is a real talent. Cormani, I don't know about the talent. Yeah.
How's he doing at Georgia State? Anyone know?
Yeah. Anybody in the chat that knows that how Bishop is doing?
I know.
Please let us know.
I know how he doing. I know he's playing.
Yeah. Listen, man. Y'all about to make me, Father God, in the name of Jesus, please bless Cormani. Whatever help he needs, whatever help that Ryan Tate, my guy, is subscribing, guys. God, please help Cormani with that help. We don't know. We're talking out of our ears and our mouths, and we don't even have no clue what you're trying to do. So please help Cormani in Jesus' name. Amen.
Amen.
All right, listen. We got two linebackers. We're going to end the show with this one. Two linebackers, Trevor Woods and Jeremiah Brown. They're out of here. Not out of here like off the team. They're redshirting. Jeremiah Brown, he may not Jeremiah Brown may not be trying to leave the team, but the rumors are that they've already jumped into that portal, or they're going to be jumping into that portal when this whole season is over. Now,
Harry?
Yeah.
I thought Jeremiah Brown sent out a text stating that whoever put that out, it was false. Did he say something like that?
I'm getting to it.
Okay.
Colorado linebacker Jeremiah Brown, who redshirted this season, he's not entering the transfer portal. This is a week coming. Go Buffs. This is Jeremiah. Why are you leaving, bro? And then Jeremiah Brown says, not leaving.
Cormani said the same thing.
Cormani said, I'm not leaving, right?
He sure did. In the video right before he did.
Yeah, he did. He did. I mean, again, okay, these people hurt our feelings. We're just fans out here, guys. Who are we? Okay, we're just fans with feelings. Okay,
Jeremiah Brown is making a business decision. There are a lot of upperclassmen ahead of him, right? And I think what's he, a sophomore?
Is he a sophomore? Because he was at Jackson State.
Yeah,
not for 2 years.
Remember, they had that COVID thing kind of messed up. So we.
All right, so he might have 3 years left.
Yeah.
Okay, so if he's got 3 years left, I think that'd be a great business decision since he can't get ahead of Nakia Hill-Green and Bentley. Maybe another year of experience and learning, and working will help him.
All right, but let me ask you this question. Jeremiah Brown, I understand, but where do you guys think, and let's go backwards, we can start with Ron Tate. Did they do Trevor Woods dirty, man, by moving Trevor Woods from his natural position of playing safety, tease him, dangle the daggone linebacker in front of him, he had to gain weight, got slower. Did they do my guy Trevor Woods, my white boy, did they do him dirty, man? Let's go ahead. Ron Tate, your thoughts, please.
No, I don't think they did. That's a coaching decision. And I think Trevor Woods, just like the kid that they have at tight end, that was a 5-star defensive end rusher. They have at tight end right now. Trevor Woods, if he stayed at safety, he wouldn't be starting. I don't know how much playing time he would get if he was still at safety. So he had an opportunity, but his biggest point was his intellectual, the the intellectual part of the game.
Yo, I'll push
he was
back,
a
man.
smart kid. He did make mistakes, but the athletic portion, guys moved ahead of him.
I'll push back a little bit, and I'll give it to somebody else. Listen, the guy had a lot of playing time at safety. He was doing well. All right. I don't know that we brought in so many good safeties that if you give Trevor Woods an opportunity to compete for that position, that he won't at least have playing time. Right now, he's literally not getting no playing time. After we found out who our big dogs were, right? Now we know we got Nakai Hill Green, all right? And we got Big Bentley, all right? And they're gelling right now. These dudes are cooking and eating their own food. I don't know if that's a good thing, but whatever. So you're telling me that they didn't dangle something in front of him for the need of the team? And then when we got better at that position, they didn't say, all right, Trevor Woods, you got an opportunity to go back. Do you want to go back? Now you got all this weight on you. You can barely run. Because white guys, they're not as athletic as black guys. I'm joking. That was racist. Scratch that.
We know.
Yeah, now you got this white guy with all this weight playing a skill position. And white men don't play skill positions. Now he needs to gain more weight and go on the O-line because that's where all the white boys are. Oh boy, I'm about to lose all my white guys.
Yeah. Let me respond to that, Harry.
Hold on, let me finish. So I mean,
I'm trying to save you.
I feel like they did him dirty by telling him to gain weight at the linebackers position and then snatching that away by bringing on better guys. That's just me. Go ahead, Panda.
Trevor was too slow at safety. Trevor was getting beat. He was terrible with the ball on the ground. He's not good with the run game. So he has heart. He's a good kid. You always want as a coach for a player to step up when people are down and they need it. Just as we had the safety step up for Shiloh and he delivered. But when Shiloh comes back this week, we all expect Shiloh to play, right? So I think he's a great kid, a great athlete, is what any team coach would want, be able to plug a player where they have a deficit. But if I was to critique it based on UCF gameplay, we didn't miss him.
All right, let me bring on Cape Con from South Africa. You know what I'm saying? Let me bring on my South African to chime in, all right? Cape Con, what up with you, man? We've been going from the religion to football to everything. We all over the place because it's free for all Friday. How you doing, brother? Thank you for calling. I appreciate you.
No, I appreciate you guys, man. I've been listening to the show. I was working and my side phone on, and I was gassing at the Komani takes. What made me so? Look, I think you got new followers because you guys were going at each other. Like, I mean, Panda, shout outs to you for growing the freaking televised views, my G. You went hard, my guy. You went hard. You went hard. But anyway, thanks for having me on panel. Nice to see you guys again. Look, I am so stoked. I watched the game. I was watching your live, guys, for the last UCF win, and I was like, this is what we need right here. This is what we need right here. But other than that, yeah, I'm good, man. How's everyone on the panel otherwise doing?
Awesome.
We pretty good.
All right, appreciate it, man. I'm so glad that you're able to tune in when you can't come on the panel. I'm glad that you're able to still support. Thank you so much. So, but let me get your thoughts on this whole Trevor Woods situation. Do you think that they dangled the carrot in front of Trevor Woods and then they didn't reward him for his ability to be a team player? To say, I see you, coach. We have a need right now. I don't mind stepping down, right? I don't mind gaining more weight, even though these white boys, they can't really play now. They can't really run that much. You want me to gain weight now? People saying I'm slow at the safety. Now you want me to gain weight and go do a linebacker? Anyway, I don't want to go too far. But do you think that dangle the carrot in front of him and then snatch it away?
Before I go on, Harry, don't lose the white boys. Don't lose the white boys. Just calm down. Calm down.
All right. My white boys are understanding, though. My white boys on this channel, they understand. They know that I'm not racist, even though I do say racist stuff. Okay.
Okay. Let's slow it down. Okay, but look, I don't think
I'm not racist. I just say racist stuff.
Harry's
Yeah,
on fire. It's
you
Funky Friday
today's
today.
Friday.
It's Funky
Today
Friday
is
today.
Friday. We know it's
Really
officially
Friday.
Friday.
I don't think they dangled the carrot though, because remember when he was interviewed about it, he said, "Look, they came to me and I accepted it as a challenge." So I look at it as him. Is he did he say he's leaving the team? Is he leaving the team?
Okay, so let me put this in perspective. On the DMVR Buff show, Uncle Neely said that these guys are gearing up to leave. He said at this point, and then the other panel member says, at this point, if anybody's red shirting, they're pretty much getting ready to be up out of here. So that's their thoughts. They're closer to the team. Remember, Neely is more so like a Coach Prime surrogate who kind of puts stuff out there in the open. When he said these guys are getting ready to leave and we're about to lose some staff, also he said. So I don't know how to take that.
Look,
I'm just,
They need to spend the bag and keep Livingston.
Go ahead, Cape Con.
Okay. All I'm gonna say is this: if you accept the challenge as a young man, and look, we all were young men before. You accepted that challenge. You weren't forced to do it. It's for the need of the team. It's a coaching decision. Things change. Things happen. He put on weight. He trained for the position. He just wasn't good enough for the position. I mean, we've got the law firm locking down people. I mean, look, Nikhil Harry and Nakai Green. Is it Nikhil Harry? Am I correct?
No,
Look, I don't get
Bentley.
it.
It's Bentley. It's the law firm of Bentley and the
Bentley and
Hill.
Mia. Sorry, Nakai Hill Greenright.
Yeah.
Those guys are massive dudes. Look at if you put Woods next to one of them, he's like it looks like his little brother. You understand what I'm saying?
Okay.
And he's not, besides being slow, I just think he didn't have enough time to master that position. That's what I think.
Yeah, good point.
In my opinion, I would have, if I was Woods, he's trying to save his. I wouldn't leave the team. Redshirt fine, but don't leave the team. The team is hot right now. It's trending upward. Like just to finish my point, I think if he wants to go back to safety, have a discussion with his coaches and Coach Prime and say, look, I tried this out. It's not working for me. Can I dial it back and try again next year? Because he'll be more experienced. He'll have more knowledge of both positions.
He's bigger. He
So
can hit. He can hit a little harder now too.
Exactly. So if look, let's I wouldn't want young men of today. Don't make a rush decision. Red shirt is giving yourself time to think because you're saving one more year. I would think take time, speak to the coaches, have a discussion at length. Look, this is where what my strengths were at linebacker. I failed, but look at my stats at safety. Then let's see where you fit in. That's what I would do.
That's a good point. And then Graciano said the coach that convinced him to move to safety is no longer with the team. He says, "Go figure." So yeah, I mean, hey, he sold it. He sold him, and then he got sold out. So, all right. Let's go. Panda. What is your thought? I mean, do you think he was dangled or no? You don't agree with that?
I think he did what any person who loves football will do, right? If you love the game and the coaches trust you, you got to remember, he was able to start over people in that position last year. So it wasn't like a situation where, he was just trash. He was the best for the time and the best for the situation. Then you have people coming in, you have the portal you have to compete with. So players now, unfortunately, have to lay it on the line every time you go to practice. But there's some things that you can't fight against. You can't fight against time. You can't fight against Mother Nature with the God-given natural ability you have, because we can see that he have a great IQ. We could see that he loves and knows the game. It's just one of those things that's difficult. We could look at the running back room. We could look at several different rooms. We could even still look at safety today. Like, people are making a campaign to don't change the safety room and leave Shiloh off. So that's just football. You know what I mean? So I don't think
I don't know. I don't know anybody. Y'all crazy for saying that. Y'all don't know.
We know they crazy.
Yeah, they're crazy. Whoever's saying that, y'all need to be committed. Y'all need to go to the same therapist that Kwamani that Ron Tate says Cormani needs to go to. Y'all need to go see the same therapist.
No, Harry, leave Shiloh out.
Shiloh, no, you need to go see that therapist. Shiloh is a monster, okay? We're not going to leave Shiloh out. Shiloh comes back and he's going to bolster. He's not going to be a liability. That's how I look at it. Hey, D3, Prime calling him Urlacher did not help either. I don't know if that goes either way because it is kind of like a comparison thing. It's not like Prime was saying that he had Urlacher's ability. He was just saying, I think it was just a regular comparison. Okay, so Dre said, Harry, he didn't say that, so that's Uncle Neely he's referring to. He didn't say that. He said in today's college world, when you redshirt, that's probably why what it means. Well, I think that's the same thing I said. I said he was gearing up. They're gearing up to leave. That's basically the same thing. I'm not trying to put words in his mouth. I'm just saying he's just saying that they were pretty much gearing up to leave. If they're redshirting at this point, they're pretty much gearing up to leave. So that's the same concept.
It looks like people in the comments don't think Shiloh should come. I mean,
because all of these people are going to the same therapist.
Yeah.
Because I should not have to, on this show, make an argument for Shiloh Sanders, the headache gang CEO, the guy on the hockey teams that don't care about the puck, goes out finding fools to hit. Like that guy, he's not the guy you want off the field. That's the guy I want on that field. He's going to put fear in the dudes. If you come this way, I'm about to punish you. Come my way. Come my way.
I only have one critique on Shiloh.
Huh?
I only have one critique on Shiloh.
Just stop being a knucklehead. That's it. After that,
the penalties. That's it.
Yeah, that's it. Stop being a knucklehead. Go play some football.
I was about to say the same damn thing.
Yeah, the penalties is the only thing I'm afraid of.
But after that, but guess what? Shiloh is not Shador. Shiloh's actually the one that will listen to you. He makes in-game adjustments. If his dad says you're not number one no more, you're gonna be number two if you make that mistake. Shiloh changes right away. Shador, on the other hand, so daggone spoiled, he would be like, Pops, now you know I'm your best quarterback in the league. You better stop playing with me before I stop playing. If Shador has his dad by the balls, man, I'm telling you.
Here we go, Harry. Here we go. Oh my
Listen,
God.
I just lost my white boys. Now I'm going for the primates. Okay.
So we still need a channel, Harry. We still need a channel.
Let me just get everybody while I'm at it. I'm just gonna clear the house, okay?
But Harry,
I'm feeling froggy right now. Let's go.
Harry, when you give that analysis, that means that Trevor Woods, even if he went back to safety, he'd still be second or third string.
Well, no, but listen, remember it was Trevor and Shiloh, right?
As a matter of fact, this is Shiloh last year, so it doesn't matter.
Right. It was Trevor Woods and Shiloh, wasn't it?
Yeah.
Yeah.
And they were actually, I'm telling you, they were actually a high point of that defense last year, of the team last year. Those guys, remember the high points were Trevor Woods. We learned his name because he was doing some good things. He got an interception at TCU. And then we learned about Mikey. Mikey did some really good things for the team. So I'm saying these guys, you reward those guys because when we were really bad, they stepped up and they showed out. So now you keep them there and you say, hey, we're going to invest in you because you were our anchor when we needed you. You don't tell those guys, go gain 20 pounds, get too slow for me to play you. And then, oh, I'm sorry, you're too slow now. I can't play you no more. Goodbye, red shirt. Like what?
Coach Prime tell the whole team to leave now.
Go ahead, Cape Con.
Look, this is my pushback. Okay, I hear you, Harry. They were cornerstone of the defense. Look, I was watching some tackles versus Oregon State, and he made some crucial, when we were under the cosh. But I look at it this way: he was our just like what you said. He was the go-to guy to save us. Listen, we need you at linebacker. We've got some linebackers not ready yet. Bentley, okay, was, but Hill Green wasn't. Hill Green came a fall camp? I'm right? Not summer camp.
I think he came at the end. Whichever camp
at the end. But he wasn't ready. Playbook, his fitness, all that was in doubt. We didn't know yet was carrying an injury or not. It was a last minute. So had Woods really invested, I think Woods should have put more energy into this and said, okay, this is now where I need to cement that I have.
You're questioning his efforts? Shame on you, Cape Con.
No, not in that way. in the
In what way do you question people?
mentally.
You got
That's in
nervous.
South Africa.
Mentally.
What are y'all doing in South Africa? How do y'all question people?
Of course, you got to prove who you are. Like I told you, yeah, you got to prove it, bro. If I
What
give you a
more did you
chance,
want the guy to do? You said gain weight.
What
He
you
gained
mean?
weight. You said move the position, and he moved the
but
position.
doesn't mean you're only 4 games in the season. What if one of them goes down, touch wood, they don't? Then
That's a
what?
good point. Depth.
You got to think before. It's not. That's why they put him. Because remember, he's a senior. He's seen more football at Colorado. He's been under Coach Prime a year, so he's got at least a year over Hill Green. Just because Hill Green
Point.
is now pumping more than you doesn't mean his gas tank's going to be further than you.
Okay, so
I'm with Cape on this one, Harry. You outnumbered. Come on now.
it's okay. He's African, so I'm sure he eats goat meat too. I'm gonna cook him real quick. Let's just watch this. So, let me show you how goat meat is cooked. Listen, you now gotta live with the hope of somebody getting hurt. Your own player, right? Your own teammate. You gotta wish you're a senior. This is your final year of college football. All right. So you're a senior, and now you got to live with the hope of somebody playing ahead of you. And if he gets hurt, then I might go into the game. And now we're at the halfway point, right? At the halfway point, and now you're still hoping. This is your last year. You got to put on tape. If you're going to go on somebody's practice squad in the NFL or anything, your last year, you're going to put it on. You're going to lean all of that on the hope of somebody going down.
No, of course not. But I push
So
back
then,
there. So
that's the best
I push
decision
back
he
there.
just made. Then.
You was talking about okay, practice team, NFL. But if you can't fight for your position now, how are you going to fight to the practice team? You're going to sit down and say, okay,
because
look,
the decision has
trade me.
already been made because we're
Yes.
gelling. We're gelling, right? It's not about fighting for your position no more. There's nothing to fight. The fight is over. You lost. The dude knock you out. You lost. You understand that. You say, you know what? I get it. I'm a smart guy. I know the crowd. I'm in a battle rap, and the crowd is not for me. No matter what I say, no matter what I do, I can have the best punchlines. The crowd is not for me. I lost the crowd. So I lost this one. So what am I going to do now? I'm bowing out. All right, man, you got it. I'm out.
While he's ahead, then Harry.
Yeah, but you redshirt. There's an out, right? There's an out. You get the out, and you say, you know what? I'm out of here. I'm either going to go to another team and finish this off, or I'm going to stay here. But there's more than likely he's going to go try to finish his career at a team that does not have a decent linebacker or a safety, and he's going to finish his career to try to get to the NFL somehow.
So
I would say you stick with Prime.
I wouldn't leave Prime.
Are you making an argument for him to leave?
No. I'm saying I would say stick with Prime because you stick with Prime, and because of your work ethics and because you're an OG or OB or original buff or whatever, Prime will help you to try to get on somebody's practice squad, and then you can prove yourself from there on out. All right? Because remember now, when you're white, you're right. So just get in there. And you
gotta get your white boys back. You gotta get your white boys back.
I know, right? If you're white, you're right. So just get your foot in the door, and somebody's gonna help you to stay there. That's just how it works with white boys, okay? Let's be frank. Get your foot in the door.
They're coming back, Harry. They're coming back, Harry.
They're coming back, right?
Now.
Hey, white guys, you guys all right?
Yo, you tripping.
Oh gosh. Hey man, let's get up out of here. Final thoughts, please. I've done enough damage, okay?
Let me help you.
Okay.
Charlie Orfadol is one of the best running backs in the.
Oh my gosh, I'm not going out like this. I'm not.
I'm trying to bring them back.
We're
man.
not suckers. We don't go out like
I'm
that.
trying to help you out, man.
Hey man, no. If we're gonna be racist, we're gonna go all the way out. Okay, we're gonna go out swinging. I think my white guys understand. Okay, so they understand what's happening here. I'm making assessments based on their abilities. They do the same thing with us.
I got a question. I got a crucial question. Sorry, CU fan.
Go ahead.
For all the I do this, Harry. Right, bye week. Prime said something very important when he was in after the win. We gelled better. We were in the hotel, no distractions, blah blah blah. Right, it worked.
Wait. He said what?
When he was asked about the camaraderie and when he was explaining the reason why he thinks in the locker room, man, why he thought he was saying, guys, you see, when we become close, we didn't have distractions. We were in the hotel room. We were focused on football.
Okay.
Walkthroughs. So now my question to you guys is, we've proven it to ourselves. We can run the ball. We can do certain things, right? Fundamentally.
Uh-huh.
How do we carry that now where there is now distractions of my mother, my homies, my whatever? How do we keep that mentality? Number one, because it's a bye week. We got no football this week. Number two, how do we get them ready next week when there is football now? Can we keep the same mindset in the space of 7 days?
And
I
there's
think
no
yes.
hotel, no hurricane.
Let me answer that first, and then I'll give it to the panel, and we can get up out of here. I would say I'm not as much worried about that as I am with them regressing and not understanding what Joe Klatt said that they have. What I mean by that is, I'd rather they understand what worked. Remember what worked with UCF. Remember what worked, and make sure you practice that in the couple of weeks that you have. Make sure you pound on that, and you understand, and you ingrain in those guys. This is what worked, and this is how we're going to do it again. Now, as far as them just being able to come back with the same energy, that stuff will work itself out. I think they have the same. I think they have the motivation that now they're winning games respectfully. This ain't no hype stuff. Colorado's not on a hype train no more. There ain't no, you ain't got no people coming to interview every player and people just celebrities giving high fives and everywhere. I mean, it was just a mess last year.
I mean, the celebrities.
Now they're winning football games and people are respecting them for beating UCF. And it's like, wait, you look in the comment, in this specific comment, you look in the comments now, people's tones have changed. Okay, I'm paying attention. People like, they might be on a BK State. Now, prior to the UCF game, I know the specific people that commented that might be able to BK Slate would never say that. Never. So I know that we have the momentum, and I know they'll keep it. So let's go ahead and throw it to Panda. Go ahead, Panda.
I don't know. I just think if the preparation involves playing K-State and not trying to get too creative like y'all are talking about, I see us being successful.
Don't be afraid of being creative. It throws off the defense. It confuses them. Stop doing that, Panda.
I totally
don't remember to listen to this channel. I don't want you to confuse the message that this channel sends to the team and say, don't be creative. It is not a TRP stance, okay? We are very when we send one message, it's one message from TRP. Stop doing that, Panda.
True. I think defense wins this game. If the same defense show up from UCF and they are able to make the adjustments as fast as they do, I see that the defense coming out on top. I will put the game on Mata.
All right.
A field goal.
Ron Tate.
One.
You're not done yet.
Yes, sir.
Ron Tate, did you hear the question?
This is your final thoughts?
No. Cape Con asked us a question. Did you hear it? He can repeat it if you need to.
I need him to repeat it, please.
Go ahead, please.
Okay, my question in a nutshell was, how do CU maintain the same energy? They were in a hurricane, they were in the hotel, there was no distractions. We beat the brakes off UCF. We beat them bad. Now we came home, we're back to normal. How can we keep the same energy, mentality, focus, everything? How does CU do that?
To overcome the nervousness and believe the confidence that you feel. Overcome the nervousness. Wow, did we really do that? Hey, we can be really good this year. And then improve on the mistakes that you made in the game. Focus on improving. Not just being as good as you were, but focus on being better.
The first mistake was actually throwing an interception in the very opening opening quarter of the game. So
There you go, Harry. Here you go.
they got to fix. He said fix mistakes. Am I wrong
Yeah, but fact is facts. Oshador that was a dumb play.
Yeah.
Dumb.
So if they fix that, that's already better, right? Come on, Panda. What are you doing? Golly, we are sensitive.
I say the way to victory is to score first. If CU scores first, they could be as creative.
Man, I don't believe that stuff. I know what you're saying, but I don't believe that stuff, man. I don't believe that stuff. Colorado came back and beat. Well, who did we beat with 30-something, 38-31? The Hail Mary. You don't remember the miracle in Boulder? Baylor. You don't remember that we played from behind the entire team, and then the 2-minute king, Shador Sanders, put the game away with a clutch throw. Let's go.
He didn't put the game away. God was like, "Yo, y'all deserve."
See,
this.
now you want to go back to God, right? Stop
Stop
boxing God in the corner and thinking that he's for CU. Do not. Hey, where's Ronte when you need him? Do not put God in the box and think that he was only for CU. Okay, we don't do that, right, Ron?
He was that night. He was that night.
You're putting God in the box and thinking that the other team was not praying either. That's putting God in the box.
You can't count that as a convincing if it's a Hail Mary.
Whatever.
Phenomenal.
But it wasn't a Hail Mary.
That was not a Hail Mary. That was
not a Hail Mary, guys. That was a play call.
That was a Hail Mary. He said, "I threw it up and I prayed, and God answered my prayer."
Gonna tell me
that was not a design play. Stop fooling yourselves. That was a Hail Mary that just ended up too low.
Really
that was
watch well off and Uncle Neely from when they're discussing that play, what they say.
Do you
go watch
you believe everything these guys say?
Some of it is propaganda for TV now.
I don't believe nothing that comes out of that camp.
And Harry, what he's talking about is the coach and the players. Travis talking about those guys being one-on-one on the other side.
To him?
No, but that's the idea. Travis says, I'm going to draw these guys over here. I know they're all going to, I'm going to draw at least 2 people. So when I draw them over here, there's going to be guys that's open on that other side. That does not mean that it was not a Hail Mary. That was a Hail Mary, my guys. Okay?
That's what they did.
Hail Mary, mother of God. Please give us a touchdown. Hey, see you, fan.
Really, you're saying this is not that wasn't a Hail Mary?
Yo, it was a Hail Mary. I don't care what anybody says.
Well, I don't know what a Hail Mary
Harry,
is.
listen, leave my dream alone. Leave my dream alone. Stay out of my dream.
You thought it wasn't a Hail Mary too?
Stay out of my dream.
Okay, listen. That was see you,
are you so real, but
listen.
Oh yeah, I'm still here. I'm listening to y'all. I mean, it's kind of wild at times when I listen.
Is that a Hail Mary or not?
We're Buck Wiley right now. Hey, you're not using the show, but it's free for all Fridays. So we allowed ourselves to go Buck Wild on Fridays. Free for all Fridays. We kind of like we let the flow happen with the conversation. So you may not be used to that yet, but at least you've been baptized. And I'm not trying to box God in by saying baptized. Okay, Ron, calm down.
Well, you mind? I still want to answer the Trevor Woods question, if you don't mind.
Oh, you want to go all the way back to Trevor Woods? We got a question from South Africa.
Well, okay. Well, it'll be real quick.
All right.
I mean, I'll make this statement real quick. Okay. I don't think Trevor Woods should go into the portal because Prime said people that go into the portal, they'll go in to die, never actually get to see. Do you actually think Trevor Woods, because he's been able to transfer to linebacker, there's not enough film on him for someone to pick him out of the portal? So if he goes in the portal, he might go in there to die.
I don't think he's going in as a linebacker. I think he's going to go back to safety.
Well, I mean, if he does, he does. But I don't know how many people would actually give him a chance on the D1 scale.
Coach Prime also called Trevor Woods a pro. Said that he would make it in the NFL.
How many of y'all believe that? Why are you laughing? Why you're gonna make people leave my channel because you're laughing?
It's the way
Prime says a lie that may not be true.
He be slick, man. I already know what he's doing.
Look, if he puts in the work, he can. He has to put in the work, guys. Like, this is my thing. The fact that he redshirted after 4 games, before 4 games of being, he played the 2 games, right? The first 2, Nebraska. No, he played the first game in the SU as linebacker. He looked slow. He didn't know that. He looked like he was lost. Okay, you live and you learn. Even the GOAT Tom Brady had bad games to where he looked like a flop. But he's the GOAT because he came back. You got to pick up. So I'm just saying, don't leave CU. Red shirt, fine. You guys, like I said earlier, red shirt, but take stock. Where have I gone wrong in this position? What am I good at? Look, Coach Prime, I'm a safety.
Hey,
This is
yo.
my highlights. Look, that's what I'm saying.
Hey,
That's all I'm
K
saying.
Con, you got this jingle bell. You got this violin playing in my head. I'm like, listen, if you're not good enough, I don't care how much stock you take. I don't care how you evaluate your game. Listen, that's a black man's position. Let me just tell you right now.
Yeah, no,
Harry,
linebacker is not a white guy's position.
come
The
back
linebacker
home.
position is not a white guy's
Come
position.
back home, Harry.
I've been trying to say that discreetly all
No offense to the white guys.
no offense to any white guy. The skill positions at college football are for black dudes. It's hard for white guys to break through. You get your anomalies every now and then, but it's not going to happen often, right? So, and he got to be much faster. So I don't care. All this stuff that you're talking, I'm hearing violence. He's going to come back next year. And if Coach Prime and Robert Livingston are going to go into that trenches and recruit, if they're going to go out there in the colleges and the high schools and get some linebackers and show them the tape of our linebackers this year and say, you see that? Trevor Woods has no dream. There's nothing, nowhere that I don't care how much evaluation he does. This guy can run 20,000 miles from now to next year. He would not be the guy.
You don't
Never.
think he gonna be good with depth, yo?
He would not be the guy. It's not going to happen. Now you would have taken a year, got to go back to classes, deal with all the headaches of college and stuff like that, just to come back and then have to consider not playing again. It's not ever going to happen. It's better at a different school because they don't know you. But with CU, there's no way. If they didn't play you this year, it's going to get worse because linebackers are going to be lining up next year.
Harry wants this guy gone, guys.
Kate
Harry don't want
is
no
trying
one.
to motivate.
Why am I the truth? Why am I the truth serum this year? Hold up. Time out, guys. Why am I the truth serum this show? I'm not supposed to be playing this role. Somebody else is supposed to be the truth serum. I'm supposed to sit back and be like, yeah, I agree with that. Yeah, you know what? You make a good point.
Way too comfortable with the truth. You way too comfortable on that serum.
But okay, let me ask you this question. Do you find any lies in what I'm saying?
I am like Ron. I am putting it in the hands of God. I believe.
Oh my gosh! Now we're using God's name in vain.
Nah, but honestly, man, I do think that sometimes I was listening to this coach, and he said that.
No, I want you to answer the question.
No, but
I want everybody to answer the question. Is there any lies in what I'm saying?
I plead the fifth.
That means there's no lie. Ron Tate, do you find any lies in what I'm saying about Trevor Woods? I don't care how much he prepares himself next year. He will not be the guy because now Colorado is going to be attracting some good linebackers next year. Do you find any lies that Trevor Woods will never make it?
Trevor Woods should go back to safety.
Okay. See?
And stay at CU?
He should stay at CU and play safety next year.
Right. His best chance is to go back to safety where at least he will get enough reps to where he gets make enough noise, and CU's going to be a much better team next year. You make enough tackles, Coach Prime can get you on somebody's practice squad. You're not going to get on TV to get drafted. Your moms are not going to dress up. Your dad's not going to dress up. He's going to be in his shorts just like you at home, but you're going to hope that you get an invitation to go and be on somebody's practice squad and then maybe make $125,000 a year, right? You're not making that out of college at no other position. Make $125,000 a year or maybe $75,000 a year coming out of playing for an NFL team. You play a couple of years, and then you can go back and go do what you want to do. You stack your money, you save it up, you get married, you get a good ring because you can afford it now. That's what people do.
How are you changing up? Because that's the same thing Kate was
changing
saying.
up? What do you mean?
That's the same thing Kate said what Ron just said.
What do you mean?
He said go back to his coach and go back to safety. You were
I
like,
said that he should go back to safety.
but you were
I
talking
said
about
that he
all the
needs.
people after recruiting and all that. It don't make no sense.
What do you mean?
You were saying that they were going to the high schools and they were going to recruit and they were going to get
Linebackers.
people. Huh?
Linebackers. Next year, Colorado is going to attract a lot of linebackers. So you go back to CU as a linebacker because remember what Cape Con was saying. Why don't you fight for your position? I was hearing violence. Why don't you stay right here and fight for your spot?
But he
So
was
I'm
talking
like,
about
if you're
safety.
fighting, I don't care how much you fight, how much you change your game, how much you run, you could drop the weight. You would never be a linebacker at Colorado. It's never going to work.
No, but I think he
Yeah,
was
but I'm talking about safety. He must
He
go
was
back
talking
to
about
safety. I'm
safety,
saying he should prove that he's a better safety
He's
than
a better
linebacker.
safety, yeah.
But he
Okay,
knows
then
both
if you're
positions.
saying go
And he's
back to safety,
experienced.
then I agree
Yeah,
with you.
go back to safety. Go back to
Yes,
safety.
but remember, I started this whole conversation though by saying the daggone carrot in front of his face, yanked it, made him gain all that weight. Now he's slower than his regular white boy speed, right? And then you'll yank it back and say
Yeah,
no.
agreed, Harry. Wrong decision. We messed up there, Harry.
Okay.
You win. You win.
Yeah.
You know what? Before I lose my whole channel, can we just get final thoughts in? See you, fan. Please.
See
give
you,
me
fan hasn't spoken, Harry. See you, fan.
Oh, yeah, but I wanted to go to him. Go ahead, see you, fan.
Okay, are we talking about final thoughts about everything? Or
Hey, was there
what
final
was-
thoughts, or there was a question that you never
I think
answered?
you had something to say before that.
Can you repeat the question?
Yes, Cape Con.
In a
It's time for
nutshell,
yeah.
you can explain to him. It's fine.
Oh, so he wanted to know, is Colorado going to have the same motivation? The fact that they were caught up in a storm and they were locked away. There was no cute girls to try to show off their gold chains and their gold and their watches and stuff. They were kind of like focused on football because they had no choice. If CU comes back after going home and dealing with girlfriends and boyfriends and stuff like that, and all these other friends, because I don't know who's in that locker room, right? I gotta be fair. So if they go home and they deal with all that stuff, they come back now, they might be unfocused. Can they refocus to the point where they were at UCF?
Yes, I think they can refocus because, again, they have 2 weeks to get ready. And then in 2 weeks, I mean, you can handle family business and you can handle football business. And I believe that they can take care of what they need to do. I mean, Prime has said it so many times. He points to the direction of like, this is what they're saying about us. Stop focusing on what they're saying about us and start focusing on what we can do on the field. And a lot of them are starting to come in and really be that person that the team needs to be. So to me, we should be ready to go to fight K-State. And I believe that we can win that game. Like I said before in the beginning of this, the show, I believe we're going to win the next 3 games. I honestly do. And if we show up like Nebraska, what we did in Nebraska after these 2 weeks of preparing, well, I guess we're going backwards. But if we come in exactly how we won this last week to go into K-State, we're going to win the next 3 games. That's how I feel about it.
So we'll be 7-1 and needing one more game. Well, no, we'll be 7-1 and we would have already made a bowl game.
That means we'd have to leave out that guy from the O-line then. What's his name? Who be
Benson. Benson.
Yeah. Are we agreed on that?
So no, Khalil Benson is a beast. If he comes back and he's able to play, I say you put him back.
The beast was not
At the right position, though, not the wrong position. At his
Good
optimum
point.
position.
Good point. Put him at his strength, not a makeup slot.
I think you give him an opportunity to learn whether he can gel with the current winning team, and if he's not, maybe he makes them stronger. They're already strong now, right? They're getting stronger and stronger now. You put him there and he makes them stronger. Good decision. Would
you start him or would you add him after?
You start him. If he was a starter, you start him. Why not?
And I'm not feeling it.
Okay, maybe not start him. I don't know.
I'm not feeling it.
Do
we keep the O-line the same or we bring him in
incremental adage? I'll say it that way. You add him a low, you put him in a package over here and see how he gels. You know what I'm saying? It's like the sixth man, you know what I'm saying, in basketball, where you know, the guys are gelling and you want to play somebody, you want to test somebody out, you put him out there to see how he does. When he's doing good, you keep him there. If he's not doing good, get his butt up out of here. He's out of here.
Same thing should be applied to Shiloh.
No,
so I can say
Shiloh
it.
is already proven.
Wait,
Shiloh
Harry.
is a weapon. Shiloh
Wait, Harry.
is a starter.
No.
Y'all need to stop this Shiloh myth. I don't know what y'all are doing.
Listen to what I'm saying.
Gonna start a roast you now.
Same thing.
Do you have money for therapy? Because
okay.
Kamani and his
Stop
Can I ask you a question?
favoritism.
Do you guys agree if we put Shiloh at special teams for him to be busting people's heads the way he likes to do? That's a package. But then we bringing him slowly. I mean, he broke his arm, bro. You can't just throw him in the deep end. This is K-State. Put him in.
On an island. He's on an island over back there. Let him go back there. If the doctor said he can play, he can play. I'm not gonna be like, oh, because his arm was broke, so now he forgot what he could do. No, bring Shiloh back, put him exactly where he belongs, and he's a force back there. And this is Coach Prime's son. Y'all know that Coach Prime knows that his son is a beast in the backfield, right? Y'all know that, right?
But K-State likes to throw the ball too now. The quarterback.
Y'all do understand that Shiloh and his dad understand his position. Like, he's a monster back there.
Yeah, but he's coming back from 3 weeks.
I'm just saying.
3 weeks out is a different. It's a different ball game. It's a different team. It's a different focus. Plays have been changed. Adjustments have been made. Livingston is a good coach. He's not going to go back to what didn't work. He's going to dump that, and we've proven it. He's the only.
You're saying Shiloh didn't work?
No, we're not saying that.
What do you mean?
He's got to catch up. He's got to prove himself that he's
Shiloh. Okay, Livingston's defense has been working all season. Livingston's defense has been working all season. He just got hurt. So when what's his name? When Black Bully got hurt, when he came back, did he not start?
Black Bully was on for 1 week.
That's different, bro.
Why is
That's
it different?
1 week.
Because conditioning and all that. Shiloh got to get back into condition.
But how you know Shiloh's not conditioning?
No, we're not saying that.
No.
We're saying
Shiloh
live game
is
action.
broken. His legs
and
are
practice
still
game
going, so he
action,
can still
different
run.
things. I'm just saying, Shiloh is he's a force. He's an enforcer. Now that the team has taken the lead of his enforcer, look at the safeties. Not bad. They're gelling, right? Why don't we say to him, look, we add you incrementally.
So
we do it the same way.
This is what I'm hearing. I would have heard, if I'm hearing this, if the defense would have been terrible, because you get the same thing in basketball.
Carlitos,
when LeBron is not playing, the offense plays better. When LeBron comes back, the offense takes a hit because now he's coming back in with his bad attitude. So are we saying that the defense was bad when Shiloh was in there?
Hey, Harry, can I say something about that?
Yeah.
Listen, Shiloh is an NFL player, and a lot of the pundits have graded him as such. And he would be an asset to that defense. And you try to put your 11 best defenders on the field. And could you name the two safeties that start right now?
What do you mean, Stoudemire and thing?
Who are they?
Number 7. What's the number 7 name?
Name them. Name the two safeties. You can.
Yes, we can. Of course we can. We know that. We know them.
Google the names. We got to Google them.
Silman Craig.
Silman Craig
is the only consistent one. The other one, they rotate in and out.
Man, Cam is also a safety. What you talking about?
I'm talking about Cameron Silman Craig is the only consistent one that stays. The other side is rotated.
Bro, this is the next season. They didn't have no depth to rotate nobody before. What are you talking about?
But I think when you get Shiloh back, Shiloh and how Silman Craig hits, you get those two hitting guys.
They are going to be the starting safeties.
They're going to be the starting guys, and you can't argue with the two hitting guys.
Nobody say not to play Shiloh.
Punishers. You cannot leave a Punisher. It's like having Travis Hunter in the NFL sitting on the sideline when your defense is struggling because you got him as a wide receiver.
All he said to do was put him in special teams and rotate him in.
That's a bad idea.
Man back in the starting position. That's redundant. I mean, that's going backwards to put that man
right
where else. That's going backwards.
Man,
Okay, so-
Shiloh
I'm
Falls
playing.
we started
Yo, you know
getting-
what? That's a
when
crazy.
we were
Y'all
third
are
and
crazy.
down.
Y'all need to be examined.
No,
Y'all are
I see
crazy.
your point. I understand what Ron Tate said. I understand I see what you guys are saying now. I see it. Because I'm
I
looking at the.
understand.
I'm thinking
Look
about
at
back
Stillman
to
Craig, and you would know exactly why
Solomon
you
Craig,
need
yeah, and
why you need
if
Shiloh.
you got the enforcer there and Solomon Craig, look at what he's doing. You need
Right.
someone same level, same caliber. You're right. Shiloh is there.
Thank you for having a level head. Okay,
But this
I
is
appreciate you.
what I'm
I
saying.
appreciate you understanding. We can't scream this stuff enough, guys. I
I am
can't
not
scream.
disagreeing with your perspective,
But
you're
what?
putting
BUT.
Shiloh into a situation where he has to tackle. It is a running offense, and
Oh,
they
gosh.
fast and they big, and
Oh,
you put in
gosh.
pressure on that hand immediately.
Hey man, what's your favorite curry dish?
I like curry goat, curry chicken. It don't matter to me.
All right, man, go make some curry go and stop playing with me tonight, okay?
No, all I'm
Stop
saying,
playing, man.
he's going into a run offense.
What are you talking about, man?
So you are
Shiloh
saying,
is
you
all
are
we need to
saying
tell you
go
is
rotate
Shiloh.
and just give him right into, because you have to make tackles because these
Panda,
guys
you're
are
trying
bigger.
to drag the show out.
All I'm
Shiloh
saying
is the man. I don't care what you think. When Shiloh comes back, he gets the keys to the kingdom. He gets the keys to the defense. He's the leader. You give him his
this
leadership
is
back.
a wrap-up type of game, though, Harry.
Oh,
This is
come on with the wrap up. All right, man, let's get up out of here. I think this guy's crazy. See you, fan. What's your final thoughts, man? Let's get up out of here.
It's a wrap-up game. Not
No,
My
it's a
final
wrap on
thoughts?
you. Panda is a wrap on you. You're crazy.
Of course.
Some of us need some doctors around here because there's some crazy talk.
Harry, they don't even know what's going on.
Oh God.
Look, I in all, if Shiloh does come back and they put him into play, I think they're going to limit him because he's still injured. I mean, he's got a broken arm. That takes time to heal. I don't think they play him full time. They're going to put it in some packages to try to make sure that he gets in there and does his business. But full time, I don't think so.
So CU fan is with us now, Harry. Y'all outnumbered. It's 3-2.
But when you're talking to
basically
crazy
saying-
folks, you gotta at a certain point you gotta realize that they're crazy, right? And stop
My original
arguing
point
because
still stands. Sorry, Harry. Just add I couldn't explain like CU fan, but that's exactly what I was trying to say. Broken arm doesn't heal overnight. He's got a cast on to play. He's a heavy hitter. Maybe first off, we need some to set the tone. Maybe take the lead early, put some pressure on their defense. Second half, if we go up and we winning and we holding the game, easy him out. Next one.
listen,
We shut it
the
down.
sentiment was not that he's hurt, so let's ease him back in and make sure that he's protected, he's feeling good. That was not the thing that we're talking about. The idea was Shiloh was not the same, like, we're winning and we're looking good, so let's keep this guy out because he's a bum. That's what I was hearing.
Some of the
Shiloh
comments
is
were saying that. Some of the comments were saying that.
No, wait. I didn't say that. I said I personally think that Shiloh shouldn't come back.
But no, let's keep it funky though. You did say that. You said it last
I didn't
show.
say he was okay. I said because he makes mental mistakes, he should not be a starter. Until he shows me that his mental mistakes have been corrected, then I wouldn't start him. Honestly,
so you thinking his mental mistakes is a liability and not somebody who can just say, okay, you know what? His brother said he was crashing out, but Shiloh is the type of level-headed kid that I have to say at this point, right? Because he stayed in college too long. But at this point, he's a graduate student, and he just be making some boneheaded stuff, and he corrects quickly. Shiloh is not the type of person where I can't peg him like a Shador, who is so spoiled beyond his abilities, and he won't listen to you as often, as quickly as Shador would, as Shiloh would. Shador will not listen to you as quickly. Shiloh would, because he's more level-headed. He's not spoiled beyond recognition.
All I'm saying is all these people want to give Kamani second chances, but they don't want to give Shiloh a second chance.
Wait, what? How you go back to Kamani? Kamani is not even on the team. So what are you talking
Komani
about?
is
I'm
an
talking
afterthought,
about
sorry
their
to say,
ability
because
to hone in on second chances and second opportunities.
Shiloh, apart from Kwamani, has actual talent.
I'm
Real
just trying to
talent.
prolong the conversation. I don't know if people like.
I know. Let's get up. You know what? Let's see
Look.
who finish his thought, and then we can get you your thoughts. Pen the beer.
K-State is going to lose. I'm confident that K-State's going to lose.
Hey, CU fan, I don't trust you, man. You know why? You know why I don't trust you? Because you're talking way too confident. And when you came on the show, man, you was mad critical. I don't trust you right now.
Hey, look. I'm mad critical at the decision making the coaches have made many times. Even Shador, I'm critical on Shador because he makes some stupid mistakes sometimes. But what I saw last week,
positive right now, and I don't like it, man.
what I saw last week was what I wanted to see from the beginning of the season. And I think we're going to go in there exactly like that. This is why I have us winning the next 3 games.
Yeah,
honestly.
I'm not with you, man. I'm pushing. The only reason why I'm pushing back, I know it's the final thoughts. I don't usually push back on final thoughts, but I got to be careful with you. The reason why is because when you came in too hot. You was coming in hot, and then now they do a solid job for one team. I'm waiting for the second team. I'm willing for them to play solid, and I'm willing for them to lose. I'm okay if they lose, but play solid.
Okay, I see what you're saying.
I'm not at the position yet where you're ready to go in, because now you're pegging me as one of these fans that when they're good,
Harry?
When they're good.
No, that's not the case.
Okay, I just want to make sure that you're not, because I don't really know you that yet. I know Ron, I know Panda, and I know Cape Cod, but I don't really know you because when you came in a little bit hot.
At our team.
No. But you came in hot, and now you're like, oh, they're gonna win the next 3 games, and I don't trust you that yet.
Don't let Harry try to convince you.
Yeah, I can't trust you. I'm not with you 100% yet. I'm gonna have to.
You have to understand.
Okay.
I will always be critical on whatever position is being played. I've been critical on the offensive line. I've been critical on the quarterback position, coaching staff, and everything.
Okay.
But I am still a Colorado fan. I have us winning the next 3 games because of the fact that what I've seen. They've corrected. Coach has evolved. The players are playing better. They're gelling. Everything is looking good. If we play like that, then we're going to win. If we do not play like that,
right? I'm still the man of grace. If Colorado comes out, makes some more mistakes, and it gets the L, my grace is still sufficient for them. My grace is still there. I just don't want, because I know that you get real hot and critical when things don't go well, and your grace is a little bit shorter than mine, and then you start putting that slave whoop out on them. And I just want to make sure that I just want to go cautiously into this, because now you're making some bold predictions that I'm not comfortable with people making yet. So let me give it are you done? I'll let you finish though.
I mean, that's pretty much what I had to say. I mean, I like what I see, and I hope we see more of it. And I honestly don't want to see us going back to 10 personnel on a consistent basis. I want to see more scheme. And if we see more scheme, we're going to win more games. I mean, plain and simple.
All right. That's fair. Fair enough. Fair enough. Panda Bear, your final thoughts, please. And don't say anything crazy, because I'm going to come for you too.
Nah,
we're not winning the last 7 games. Okay, stop playing.
You've been wilding all day. I've been encouraging the foolishness, but I'm back to reality a little bit. I really think the key to success is the defense ability to wrap up, to tackle and actually wrap up. They got a taste of that in UCF, where the quarterback was so big, just hitting them wasn't doing it. Just hit. So I think if they approach it like Cape was saying, with that mindset of I'm gonna wrap up, I'm gonna tackle, I'm gonna just get, I'm gonna take care of the person in front of me. I really see them winning this game because K-State has been struggling. I think that the the coaches are doing their jobs and the scouts are doing their jobs.
Wait. When you mean struggling before they beat what's the name, Utah, or after they beat Utah?
I mean, they were struggling in terms of putting together a perfect game.
But but after Utah, do you hold the same sentiment?
I still kind of hold the sentiment because it's game
Based on
by
what?
game.
Based on what information? What new information?
I'm saying that
because
based
they
on
won that game convincingly, and that was scary for them to beat Utah like that. That was scary.
But Utah hasn't been playing good though. If we're being honest,
What?
Let's just say this: the whole conference is topsy-turvy. What we predicted and what we saw from videos of last year, and all the pundits was putting batteries in our back. The conference is really CU is 4-1, bro. Pull up.
Listen, it's so easy for you to say, "Oh, BYU whooped them." BYU was not the same team that y'all were assessing. That's why I keep telling folks, y'all be looking at teams from last year.
The whole conference.
People be looking at teams from last year. Oh, they were so bad last year, and then they come and like, these teams are not the same team that y'all are used to. I want you to please take your caps off on last year and look at the team currently.
I'm saying we could beat Oklahoma State. Like, I'm saying we could beat Kansas. It's looking like that because we are seeing loopholes. So that's what I'm saying. If Shador could throw the ball, we have a very good chance of winning. So I agree with you all that we need more schemes.
College bound, Cam Rising didn't play last year either when they beat us. I just want people to just look at it for what it is. Cam Rising did not play us last year, and they still beat us. So I know it's not the same team, but we gotta make sure that we're not using old data. We're not using bad intel. Because I do a good job here to give us the intel and how we need to look at the intel. So let's not just throw stuff out. BYU beat them. BYU is freaking undefeated right now. Like, are you kidding me?
That is true. That is true. But this is what I'm saying.
You can look at Duke and you say, "Oh, Duke is a basketball. Duke is a basketball team. It's a basketball school. They're also undefeated." So we got to be careful how we apply intel here, guys. This is a data show. This is a data channel. I don't let things go easily to just, this person. Because you said the same thing about UCF. When I was trying to get the UCF data, y'all, intel, y'all was like, UCF got this, UCF got that. There's no way Colorado beats them. Colorado went in there, not only beat them, but dominated them.
The only thing I'm afraid of is Dylan Edwards taking off and getting 40. Because if he take off, Shiloh not fast enough to stop him. Stillman Craig ain't fast enough to stop him.
It's called committee football, man. Stop with the
individual. I'm just telling you what
ain't nobody going one-on-one with nobody here. Bro. Listen, man. Most of those guys can't stop. Travis Hunter is probably the only person on that team that can run down anybody. So let's just stop with the whole Shiloh can't stop him. It's committee football. It's not individual football. Dylan Edwards is gonna run up.
Yeah, but bro, let's be honest though. All right, let's just say is
that your final thoughts, man?
Still going? My brain is convoluted, man. I know we're gonna win, but I just remember Dylan.
I know you're not settled. It's not listen, man, we can't have a 10-hour show for you to settle your brain to think that.
Man, I just remember they got the same 2 weeks we got. They took our explosive running back. Man, we winning by a field goal. Shout out to Matter.
All right. Ron Tate, man, where you at, my guy? Let's get your final thoughts on tape.
Right here.
Go ahead with your final thoughts before we give it to Cape Con.
Hey, listen, if they make the corrections that we spoke about here, and the coaches are listening and follow through on what we were saying, CU will win the game by 2 touchdowns. It won't be close.
The defense is bad on Kansas State if we throw the ball.
His final thoughts, Panda. You don't talk over his final thoughts.
I'm agreeing with him. If we throw the ball, though.
Only I can talk over final thoughts because I got the keys to the kingdom.
Thank you.
Hey, Ron, were you done? That was pretty short. That was it?
Yeah, I actually wasn't done, but
my bad, bro. I thought you were done. Your point was better than mine. I was just excited.
I believe they could win by 2 touchdowns.
but believe it or not, I believe it's going to be the defensive ends and how they contain that quarterback, because we have issues with running quarterbacks, and this guy has track speed. So I believe it's going to be the defensive ends not getting too wide. If they don't get too wide on their rush, they keep the guy on the inside shoulder, then he can be contained. So that's going to be the key to us winning by 2 touchdowns.
I mean, Colorado has one of the best run defenses in the business. So, I mean,
We ain't been good about running quarterbacks.
yeah, but we're getting better.
I agree.
Yeah, because I mean that was one of the narratives that people were spinning about that other kid. They was like, oh yeah, KJ or whoever his name is. Oh man, he's a running quarterback. He's gonna run all over y'all.
Harry, we went up back to 40, man. We got the next hour, bro. Let's go.
No. Cape Con, get us out of here because Panda hasn't had enough. He had a day off of work and he's feeling kind of good. I can't. Cape Con, get us out of here. Get your brother Panda out of here.
Panda, just let's chill, man. Let's chill. Okay. I agree with Ron Tate. My final thoughts are mindset has to be the same. We gotta punch him in the mouth. We're at home. We undefeated at home. So if you guys don't know, we 2-0. We're second in the Big 12. That's gotta mean something. We make the adjustments. We, like you said, Harry, we look at what we're good at and we focus on that instead of worrying about what we're bad at only. I'm not looking at a 2-touchdown score. I'm not mad if we win by a field goal. I just want us to win.
Yeah.
Get wins under our belt. This is about winning. I'm not worried about so much as look. I don't want us to fall behind. If we score first, punch him in the mouth, and then defense comes on and plays hard, like it's been all the games, we will win this game. Kansas is not easy. Dylan Edwards, as to say, he'll have an impact. I mean, he's special teams. There's nothing he's doing there. He's not going to make an impact the way our defense is. It's not the same like last year. That law firm's going to squash him if he's not careful. I'm telling you right now. If he makes a mistake thinking he's going to come out the backfield and he's going to be open, he's going to get a rude awakening. So my final thoughts are: CU wins this game, okay, by a touchdown. And when we make the adjustments, and when we coming there solid, we're going to win. I believe so. We take K-State. We move on to the next.
Yeah, I think we take K-State. We're definitely bowl eligible. Right after Cincinnati. I don't know who else. If we take K-State, then we can relax about the bowl eligibility, because again, I think a lot of people are hurt inside. A lot of people are scared because last year we took a skid. I don't know what happened, but it was like lost, and here we are again. We're right on the brink of doing something special. So we take K-State. It might be a wrap for some other things. It might be a wrap for the conference, like straight up, because that's just how I feel about it. But I think Colorado has the opportunity. I'm not like a lot of y'all putting everything on this game. I'm not putting Colorado winning on this game because I don't think.
Wait. Are you saying we're not going to win?
No. I said I'm not putting all my eggs in the basket on Colorado winning this game. This is what I'm looking for. I'm looking for Colorado to compete. The only way Colorado competes
make a decision, Harry.
I'm trying to break it down. Don't let me put Ron Tate on you again. You don't let people talk. Listen, I want Colorado to compete because my grace is a little bit stretched out than a lot of y'all's graces. Y'all not looking for the same things I'm looking for. I'm looking for Colorado to compete. When Colorado competes, there's not too many teams in college football as a whole, period. Put Alabama, put Georgia in there. I don't care who you got. If Colorado is able to compete, I do not know too many teams in college football that can beat them. That's where I'm at with it. So whenever I see Colorado competing, this is when you're going to hear people say, Harry's kind of quiet today. When I'm quiet, that means that Colorado is competing. And the outcome, I'm able to live with it because I want to see Colorado compete. I don't know too many people that just feel comfortable with their team when they are able to just compete. We have a competition problem, or we had one until UCF, right? We didn't know what was going to happen. UCF, before UCF, people were kind of like, I don't know, right? And then some people was like, UCF is going to beat your butt. The people that were saying UCF is going to beat your butt are a little bit skeptical now to just say K-State's going to beat your butt. So if Colorado competes, I know that we have a good chance of winning. I'm not ready to say Colorado's going to win this game. So that's just where I'm at. But I know that the first snap, the second snap, the first drive, if Colorado comes out and you start seeing Colorado being able to throw that ball at will, being able to run that ball at will, then I'm just going to be sitting back and be like, oh my gosh, there's a problem. And are we at home? Is this is a home game, right?
Yes, this is a home game.
Yeah, it's a home game. It's a home game.
Oh boy. If Colorado is in Boulder and they feel comfortable, I'm going to start thinking about Deion Sanders saying, y'all about to don't let me get comfortable, because Colorado gets comfortable in this game. I think it's going to be lights out, because I believe the defense is going to score again. Remember, I told you all last game that the defense was going to start scoring points and start adding to the overall win ability of the team, not just stopping the ball, but being able to put points on the board. I believe the defense is going to score again because his name is Avery Johnson. I think somebody said that he was going to throw some picks. I believe they're going to force some picks, some pick sixes. So if Colorado's able to affect the game on both sides of the ball, it's lights out. It's a wrap. I'm telling you, it's a wrap. But I need to see that. This is the first game that we played a total game. I'm not ready like y'all are. Like CU fan, he's ready to jump out the window with 3 games straight. We taking it. I want to see one more. All I need is one more. After this one, I'll be ready to spaz out like a lot of y'all. So I'm waiting for this one. We'll see.
Man, you ain't.
Oh, don't get me wrong, Harry. If we don't win this game, and we're seeing still the dumb stuff that we saw in the beginning of the season, I would still be critical. I'm still gonna roast him, because
no, I know you're gonna be critical, but remember, where incremental changes are happening, I want to continue. I want to see the continuation of that incremental change, and if that happens, then my grace is a little bit longer than most. I want to just see Colorado play good football, because I know our chances are way better than a lot of teams, and we're playing good football. I don't know anybody that can hold us, that can keep us. Our wide receivers are dangerous, and now we got two running back in the Gustav and what's the Mike Cam Michael, whatever. What's his other name? What's the other running back's name?
Welch,
not Cam Michael, but Welch. I mean, if you got wide receivers that can catch the crap out of any ball, and you got running backs that can make their own hold and run through it, like, bro, that's all you can ask your team to do is to compete. So
he's making a statement that he's going to start.
Who's going to start?
Who you talking about?
Welch. He's making the statement that he's going to start.
I mean, he's been running pretty good. So he
did get dinged up a little bit. I think he had a hamstring or something happen, and he was feeling a little weird, and they had to take him out. But I think even with Hayden or whatever his name is, I think even with him, I think Welch is a stronger, bigger back. But Welch, I think Hayden has more agility, but Welch is a straightforward runner. Do y'all see it that way?
He has more. He's been running longer. You gotta remember, Welch is a true freshman too, so Hayden have more experience, so he is technically the more premium back.
No, but I mean, aside from that, I'm talking about code ability. I think Welch can run through people. Hayden has more of agility. He has more swiftiness in his play.
That's what I'm saying.
So are you saying that Welch can stretch the run and Hayden can run the zone?
I don't know the football terminology of what I'm saying. I'm saying
what he's saying. Yes, you're right.
I think Hayden can he's more swifty. So he's like more of a Michael Vick. If I was to use quarterback terms, right? He's more of a Michael Vick, and he can juke people. He can get around. He can get around.
To get 10, 15.
That's against the zone. That's against the zone defense because then he's got space.
Okay, so now you get Welch in there, and Welch don't care. Welch will run through you. So that's
But
what
Welsh
I'm
has
saying.
got jumping ability. Look how he jumped at that third down play. He jumped
Right.
into the freaking defender.
But he also
He
pulled
tackled.
his hamstring with doing that too. So you got to be careful with that kind of stuff. So
But Haynes is more the power back, though.
Huh?
Haynes is more the power back.
Hayden?
Yeah.
Hayden, yeah, that's why he could run the zone better. He's a better power back.
I'm looking more at now Welch being the power back. He's more of a fullback to me because if y'all remember the fullback used to be that third down guy. We need 1 yard. We need to put somebody in that can power their way through. That's what I'm looking to Welch for Welch for. No?
Yeah, he is.
He can
That's
do
what
both.
That's what I'm saying.
I think what you're saying is we have 2 zone runners. We don't have a stretch runner.
Right.
Oh, okay. So,
but Augusta can be a stretch runner. I mean, he's got that length.
Shown spurts of it.
He's showing that he can do it, but he hasn't let us know yet with his body that he's willing to put his body in that kind of. He's not willing to give up his body yet. I haven't seen that he's willing to give up his body the way that Welch is able to give up his body.
We had 2 strong runs against UCF.
I want to say something about Augusta. If you watch the way he runs, very deceptive. The way he takes on blocks. He's kind of hard to tackle, and I think he's going to break a long one of these games.
Oh, okay.
I think he's still suffering from that. I think he's still suffering from a little bit of that freshman
mentality,
nervousness.
Yeah.
By the way he runs. Because
exactly. That's why I say he's not willing to give his body up. Like just not think about it, right? He's kind of like
he's thinking too much.
Exactly.
But look at the way he sheds blocks. I mean tackles. He is going to be a very explosive running back.
And the speed he carries through the run.
But do y'all feel? Hey, listen. Do y'all? I don't know. I didn't want to say this, but I do y'all feel like CU is about to bust this thing open?
Hell yeah! That's why I told you we're gonna win.
Yo, I'm telling you,
we're the only team.
I want to be cautious. But the way that
there's no need to be
like it's ticking. No, I'm just saying like CU is so talented that I feel like people don't know what we know. I feel like because we're so close to it and we can touch it, it's almost like we've evaluated them so much in the preseason, right? And now we're seeing the things that we knew that they could do. I just feel like they haven't played their best game yet. Like they're about to bust it.
That's what Sherman was saying. He still feels we haven't played our best game. And they were like, what? It's like, look at the Chiefs. He gave an analogy. He says the Chiefs still don't feel like they played their best game, but they're winning all the games. Doesn't mean because you're winning. We know our capacity. I mean, we're the only one of the few teams in college that runs 4 wide. It's like an NFL, it's like a mini NFL camp. Look at our wide receivers, how they line up. Look at that touchdown to Travis. He broke the route just in time. 2 defenders collided again. They don't even know how to mark the freaking guys. The only thing is it's a mentality, like I was saying, just like how you guys are saying. We just need to come in, and I'm cautious also. I agree with you. Let's take it one game at a time. If we beat K-State, like you just say now, when we beat K-State, it's a wrap, dude.
It's a wrap, bro. I'm telling you. I feel like people don't know this. I feel like we in this YouTube space, we know, but the people at large, they don't know. And the CU's about to bust this open, but guess what I'm also afraid of happening? The second CU bust this thing open, then everybody's gonna be aware of it, and now the secret's gonna be out. And then it's going to be like a whole nother thing where people start filling these guys' heads. And I just want them to be right where they are. Just stay where you are. I know we already know y'all can do this. But don't get too big-headed. And then you start making mental mistakes because people are sightseeing you. I hate that, man.
I don't know, Harry. The adjustment I want to see on offense is you see how Miami it's the same 4 out, but it's more narrow. It's not all the way out like CU does it. If they pull it in tight, it gives Shador are fast.
But-
He have no
But
choice.
don't
but to
Shador have to come down center? Shador's in shotgun the entire game.
But that's what I'm saying. If they want to do that, they could still bring it in.
That's
right?
not going to happen. Now,
But if they
now
bring it
you're telling the first panda from the top of the show to be quiet, and now you want to be a new panda. You know Shador's not going to come down center. So why are you even doing this to
The
yourself?
reason why I'm saying it is that formation is like Cam Ward. You have no choice but yourself.
But you're fighting two pandas. You know that's not going to happen.
Can I contradict myself in peace?
Can you
He's
fight
just trying to
yourself?
extend the show, Harry. He's
Yeah,
just trying
right.
to
You
extend
can't
the
start one way and then in another way. What are you doing? You know, you already
Man,
know how
It's
hard-headed
free for all
Shador is.
Friday. Okay?
You
I
came in
explain my
firing,
position.
saying Shador cannot change. He can't do this. He's never gonna change. Now what are you talking about?
You ain't got no choice because all I'm saying is
That's what Ron Tate was saying. Somebody was saying it earlier that, yeah, it was Ron Tate. Ron Tate was saying we don't have a choice. He got to start hiding his hands. And you were saying he's not a change agent. Now you're saying we don't have a choice. He got to be a change agent.
what I'm saying is we are talking about the schemes and adding the one and all of that. I was like, what could counter it and be a play that they don't expect is how Miami have Cam Ward, where the receivers is right on him and doubles as basically they run hooks and outs.
But is he
And
not
we don't
down
have any
center?
hooks and routes.
Is he not down center with the ball? Does he not
Yes.
hike the ball right
Yes.
from the dude's nuts? Pause.
Yes.
Right?
Yes.
His hands are on the dude's nuts, and he
But
takes
it
the
was
ball
so
from
it's
that. Pause.
faster. That's my point.
But I'm saying, in order to do what you're subscribing now as this new panda, I don't know who this new panda is. Maybe instead of a
One
panda
extended
bear, we're gonna
time.
call you a panda cup or something. In order for him to do that, Shador has to agree to come down center, and he would never do that. So let's just kill that. Let's kill that noise and get up out of here. It's 6:00 on my end in New York. New York Times says 6:00, 6:02. Let's get out of here.
South African time say 12 midnight. See you guys.
Wow.
Oh, so you guys are 12 midnight. Lord have
Yeah.
mercy.
A whole 6 ahead.
Whew.
That's why when I watch the games, it's like it's morning.
Oh, dude.
So
10
that
o'clock. When they come back, it's 10:15 Eastern time.
wow.
Yeah.
So you're
After
gonna
that,
you're gonna be brushing your teeth, eating dinner, eating breakfast, and be
eating
like,
breakfast,
oh,
yeah.
here we go.
Yeah.
See
I
you on the
might go
play.
take a high table mountain and watch the game from there. Like, okay, sun's coming up. Let's check what these guys do.
Let's see what Steve's gonna do today. Oh my God. That is so interesting. All right, guys, y'all have a great weekend, guys. I will see y'all on Monday. You know what? I'll just pull up on y'all. Y'all just, when y'all see me go live, just come on here if you can, okay?
Thanks for having me, guys. Once again, it's been a pleasure. Thanks, Harry B. Keep
Thank you,
supporting.
man. I
Shout out to the
appreciate you.
basement,
Have a
man.
good one.
All right, see you,
Yes,
fam.
buddy.
Take care, Panda Bears. Take care. Ron Tate, man. Hey, man, you know what? My brother, we both believe in Komani, but it's gonna
Stop it.
it's very hard. I'm telling you right now, you know how hard it is because we got family members that represent that looks and feels like Komani. You know that. Spiritually, it's a little hard because you've been praying for years for somebody, and I know I've been praying for years for somebody, and the change ain't come yet. We just gotta keep hope alive, my brother. So, all right, guys, Cape Con, everybody, take care. Have a great weekend. I'm out.
Peace. Ciao.
Peace.
See you, Harry.
All right, man. All right, guys, out there, VI born and bred. Salute to you, member of the channel. King P, the basement, Dre, Larry Johnson. Who else is in here still? Wild Dog came in at the end. Look at you, Wild Dog. What up, Wild Dog? Man, we ended the show and you just showed up. Wild Dog, what up with you, man? I hope you're blessed, man. I hope we have a great weekend, man. Wild Dog. Crime and Punishment TV. Man, I've been trying to do that Crime and Punishment YouTube channel. I don't know how to get those information, but anyways, I hope you're having a successful time over there at the Crime and Punishment TV on YouTube. I don't know if it's on YouTube or not, but congratulations on that. Who else is in here still? All right, guys, y'all have a great night. Let me get up out of here. Wild Dog, salute to you, my guy. Thanks for showing up. Good night and have a great weekend, guys. Peace out.